Everyone, good evening to all of you. आज है 18th of November 2024. Welcome once again to this live analysis. I hope मेरी वॉइस आ रही होगी क्लियर आप लोगों तक। फिलहाल नेचुरल गैस और क्रूड ऑयल को देखें तो क्रूड ऑयल में ये आपका नेक्स्ट मंथ का फ्यूचर का चार्ट है। दिसंबर मंथ का तो कंफ्यूज मत करना, दिस इज नॉट नवंबर मंथ चार्ट। एंड नेचुरल गैस करंट मंथ का ही चार्ट है, अभी एक्सपायरी में टाइम है।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with the ongoing search for a new Treasury Secretary. The debate over who President-elect Donald Trump will select as his chief economic advisor has spiraled into uncertainty. Over the weekend, sources say Elon Musk spoke with potential pick Scott Bessent after already publicly endorsing another candidate, Howard Lutnick. Over the weekend, Musk posted on X that Bessent is a business-as-usual choice, while Lutnick would actually enact change. Bessent has declined to comment. Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta says the Trump transition team is not any closer to making a selection and is considering alternatives.
The former trade representative Lighthizer being considered as well. Even Mark Rowan, the CEO of Apollo, and a senator from Tennessee, Bill Hagerty, also in the mix, or names at least that have been floated. We thought we were getting closer, and now it feels less so.
Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta says, among other duties, the Treasury Secretary oversees the $28 trillion Treasuries market and economic sanctions.
And Nathan, President-elect Trump continues to fill out his incoming cabinet at a rapid pace, making nominations for a couple key posts this weekend. Trump chose Brendan Carr as the new chair of the Federal Communications Commission. Carr has served at the FCC since 2012 and has been a strong advocate of free speech, limited regulation, and reining in big tech. Trump also picked Chris Wright, who runs a Colorado-based fracking services company, to lead the U.S. Energy Department. Additionally, Trump announced that his attorney, William Owen Scharf, would be his staff secretary, and he backed Republican National Committee co-chair Michael Whatley for another term.
Meanwhile, in South America, Karen, world leaders are gathering for the Group of 20 summit, and Bloomberg's David Gura is there with a preview.
On the formal agenda are conversations about sustainability and climate change and the future of development financing. There will be some hard conversations among world leaders about the future of major conflicts in the Middle East and Ukraine. This meeting comes on the heels of another smaller gathering of heads of state in Peru. It hosted the APEC summit. And while President Biden was there, he sat down with his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping. Biden took credit for improving the relationship between the U.S. and China after 4 frosty years when Donald Trump was the president. But of course, Trump has been reelected, and Biden's term is almost over. And that is looming large as the G20 Leaders Summit gets underway. David Gura, Bloomberg Radio, Rio de Janeiro.
All right, David, thanks. And as David just mentioned, in that meeting between President Biden and Xi Jinping in Lima, Peru, China's leader told Biden the country is ready to work with Donald Trump to boost relations. But it comes with a warning. Bloomberg's executive editor for Greater China, John Liu, says Xi outlined 4 red lines in China's relationship with the U.S. that are targeted at Trump.
One, that the U.S. should not seek to contest the Communist Party's grip on power in China, that the United States should not try to push China to become a democracy, that the United States should not try to contain China's economic rise. And lastly, and probably most importantly, that the United States should not support Taiwanese independence. And so it did seem President Xi, ahead of a new Trump administration, trying to put some guardrails, bumpers around where this relationship could go.
Bloomberg's John Liu adds that President-elect Trump has tapped several hardliners on China to lead his foreign policy team, having campaigned on hitting Beijing with tariffs of 60%.
Karen, President Biden is giving Ukraine the green light to use Western-made missiles for long-range strikes into Russia. This shift in policy is thought to be motivated by North Korean troops fighting alongside Russian forces. Speaking through an interpreter, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said any strikes on Russia would not be telegraphed in advance.
План посилення України – це план перемоги. Today, there's a lot of talk in the media about us receiving permission for respective actions. But strikes are not carried out with words. Such things are not announced. Missiles will speak for themselves.
And President Zelensky spoke after another massive Russian aerial attack on Ukraine's energy infrastructure.
Well, we're shifting now to the economy and markets. Nathan, traders will watch a couple key earnings reports this week. First, tomorrow, where investors will get a gauge on consumer health when Walmart reports. And the possible big market-moving event will come Wednesday when chip giant NVIDIA releases its latest earnings. Ahead of those key earnings, the information is reporting NVIDIA has also asked suppliers to change designs of its server racks in recent months for its new Blackwell graphics processing unit due to an overheating problem. It's leading to worries about delays. The company already hit engineering snags in the development of its Blackwell chip lineup, slowing the release by at least a quarter. And checking NVIDIA shares, they are down 2.4% in early trading.
As for the broader market, Karen, notable Wall Street bear Mike Wilson of Morgan Stanley says he thinks the S&P 500 is going to end next year at 6,500 points. That would be an 11% gain from Friday's close. Bloomberg's Mark Cudmore says market uncertainty is on traders' minds.
Markets at the moment, the only thing they care about is everything Trump. That may slowly fade over time, but it's everything between who Trump's picks are, what that means for likely policy, and then, of course, there's the secondary step of actually analysing how that policy will interact with each other and with markets.
Bloomberg's Mark Cudmore says traders are still trying to determine the impact of tariffs.
However, the path for an extended rally could be quelled by Fed policy, Nathan, and slower than expected interest rate cuts as the central bank moves toward its neutral rate. Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee spoke to Bloomberg about what he sees as the current path for interest rates.
I think we're going to be looking at rates coming down over the next year along the lines of what the dot plot said. So I still think we have a long way to go down with rates. There's some dispute about what is the neutral rate at which we're going to settle down. If there's disagreement about that we don't just charge right to it, that we slow the pace as we get toward it.
Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee added that interest rates remain restrictive, so there's still room to cut borrowing costs to a more neutral level. Hear the full conversation on the Bloomberg Talks podcast feed on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
On political note this morning, Karen, the crowded race for New Jersey's governor is getting even more crowded. Democratic Congressman Josh Gottheimer has announced he's running, joining four other Democrats jockeying to succeed term-limited Governor Phil Murphy. NorthJersey.com reports at least four other Republicans plan to run as well.
In company news, Nathan, HSBC has asked hundreds of managers to reapply for jobs in the firm's newly formed corporate and institutional banking division. Sources tell Bloomberg that interviews are already underway, essentially pitting senior staff who came from the commercial banking division against those from the global banking and markets unit to compete for the jobs available in the combined CIB division.
And finally, Karen, Spirit Airlines has filed for bankruptcy protection in the wake of greater competition from rival carriers and financial troubles following its scuttled merger with JetBlue.
Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. There are no more undefeated teams left in the NFL. The last team to lose, the two-time defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs, who lost in Buffalo 30-21. The Bills are now 9-2, their best start since 1993. The Detroit Lions are 9-1 for the first time in 90 years.
मेरी वॉइस नहीं आ रही है अब आ रही मेरी वॉइस मैंने कहा फॉरेक्स में capital.com का चार्ट लगाओ या ये लगाओ सेम ही है वहां पर प्रीवियसली लेवल नहीं दिख पाएंगे फिर डे हाई के ऊपर उतना पीछे प्राइस एक्शन बिल्डअप नहीं है लो आएगी थोड़ा सा हेल्थ इज नॉट गुड बट आई होप इतना आएगी कि सुनाई देगा डेफिनेटली डेटा कुछ नहीं है आज के दिन G20 की मीटिंग है वो चलती रहेगी आज और कल बाकी उसके अलावा देखोगे तो कोई डेटा नहीं परसों 20 को मार्केट क्लोज है तो ध्यान रखना उस दिन एक्सपायरी जो है वो सब शिफ्ट हो जाएंगी 19 को उसके अलावा कोई डेटा नहीं है तो 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग और 8 PM यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग जहां पर थोड़ा बहुत मार्केट वॉलेटाइल हो सकता है लगा रहे हैं, डोंट वरी। देखो जो कल सॉरी आज न्यूज आई थी अर्ली मॉर्निंग आई थिंक, यूएस के प्रेसिडेंट ने यूक्रेन को कह दिया कि वो रसिया पे डायरेक्ट अटैक कर सकते हैं इनसाइड द रसिया विथ यूजिंग अमेरिकन वेपन्स। सो काफ़ी न्यूज़ इन डेवलपमेंट है, काफ़ी बड़ी न्यूज़ है। अगर यूक्रेन अटैक करता है रसिया को, रसिया के अंदर, वो भी यूएस वेपन से, तो कल जो स्टेटमेंट रसिया की ओर से आया था उसमें उन्होंने साफ साफ कहा है कि ये फिर थर्ड वर्ल्ड वॉर मानी जाएगी अगर यूक्रेन ने रसिया के वेपन्स को, यूक्रेन ने यूएस के वेपन्स को रसिया के अगेंस्ट अगर यूज़ किया, वो भी रसिया के अंडर। एंड जो वी नो दैट जो बाइडन की ऑलरेडी सिर्फ 2 महीने बचे हुए हैं प्रेसिडेंसी में, जनवरी में फिर डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प पावर में आ जाएंगे, तो उससे पहले इस तरह का मूव नॉट गुड। इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है अगर कुछ यूक्रेन कर देता है कुछ बड़ा अटैक रसिया के अंदर, मॉस्को, पीटर्सबर्ग जो उनकी मेन सिटी है वहां पर। तेरे गाइस जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा सा वो पहली कैंडल पे इतना बड़ा मूव कर चुका है, तो वहां पर और कुछ एक्सपेक्टेड अब है नहीं। डे लो के आसपास एक सपोर्ट है, वहां बाइंग का प्लान कर लेना, और ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस ही बना हुआ है, दिस होल एरिया इज रेजिस्टेंस एरिया, चाहे वो 15 मिनट हो या फिर 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम हो, तो 15 मिनट में प्रॉपर लेवल बनेंगे नहीं वहां पर। सेलिंग में है, अगर नेचुरल गैस से हाई लेवल से होल्ड कर सकते हो, वापस आएगा वापस कर देना। बाइंग के लिए थोड़ा सा वेट करेंगे। देखो एमसीएक्स ओपनिंग पे है, इवनिंग पे ओपन रहेगा, मॉर्निंग सेशन क्लोज है। इवनिंग सेशन ओपन है, मॉर्निंग सेशन क्लोज है। देखो एमसीएक्स ओपन रहेगा, इवनिंग सेशन सिर्फ, ठीक है, मॉर्निंग सेशन तो क्लोज है पूरा। ब्लूमबर्ग लाइव ही है उसमें। ब्लूमबर्ग लाइव के अलावा नीचे वहाँ पर न्यूज़ अपडेट आता रहता है कुछ कुछ मिनट्स में, जो भी मेजर न्यूज़ होती हैं वो समराइज करके दिखा देते हैं। हाँ, वो 15 मिनट में, इसलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ लाइक वो 15 मिनट में जिस तरह की वो पहली कैंडल बनी थी ना, तो सारा वो प्रॉफिट बुकिंग में आ गया वापस नीचे। कैंडल काफ़ी हैवी है वो, 7 पॉइंट की, 5 नॉट 7 to 8 पॉइंट। ऑयल दिसंबर मंथ का चार्ट है, ये नवंबर मंथ का नहीं है। प्रॉफिट बुकिंग कह सकते हो उसको, बेरिस तो वर्ड गलत हो जाएगा। प्रॉफिट बुकिंग ही आ रही है नेचुरल केस में। रेजिस्टेंस से गिरा है वो, अब तो चला गया रेजिस्टेंस काफ़ी ऊपर। तो जो लोग सेलिंग में है ट्रेल करते रहो, देखते हैं फिर से कुछ री एंट्री का मौका मिलेगा तो। बीच में नहीं कर सकते। यूक्रेन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जो चल रहा है उसको नज़र में जरूर रखना। वहां से कुछ अगर डेवलपमेंट आ गई तो प्राइस फिर से क्रूड ऑयल और गोल्ड के और ऊपर जाते रहेंगे इन दैट केस। के आसपास तक आना चाहिए, वहां पर अगर रुकता है तो नेचुरल गैस या फिर कोई नया सपोर्ट क्रिएट करेगा। फॉरेक्स में इतना नहीं दिखेगा गिरता हुआ, ऊपर ऑलरेडी वो गैप अप दिखा रहा है फॉरेक्स में। तेज पतोले जी, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग चैनल मेंबरशिप। क्वेश्चन है तो पूछ सकते हो। क्रूड ऑयल यस, दिसंबर मंथ का चार्ट है, नवंबर मंथ का नहीं लगाया हुआ है। आपकी ऑप्शन की एक्सपायरी हो गई ना ऑलरेडी, इसलिए ऑप्शन की जो एक्सपायरी थी नवंबर मंथ की वो हो गई है। तो अभी आप ऑप्शन में जो ट्रेड कर रहे हो वो दिसंबर में कर रहे होगे, दिसंबर में कर रहे हो तो दिसंबर का चार्ट यूज़ करो, नवंबर का चार्ट यूज़ मत करो। मोमेंटम तो दिसंबर के चार्ट के अकॉर्डिंग ही आएगा उसमें भी। तो बेनिफिशियल कौन है? ठीक है, जो लोग ऑप्शन में ट्रेड कर रहे हैं अगर क्रूड ऑयल के, ठीक है, ऑप्शन में, तो वो दिसंबर मंथ का फ्यूचर का चार्ट यूज़ करो। अगर फ्यूचर में कर रहे हो सिर्फ, तो फिर आप किसी का भी यूज़ कर सकते हो फ्यूचर में अगर ट्रेड कर रहे हो तो। नवंबर का करो, दिसंबर का करो, दोनों में वॉल्यूम ठीक ही है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। बट याद रखना नवंबर वाला जो अभी एक्सपायरी जिसकी शायद परसों होनी थी 20 को, कल हो जाएगी शायद या फिर परसों ही है, वो थोड़ा सा वॉलेटाइल ज़्यादा रहेगा एज कम्पेयर टू दिसंबर वाले के। ऑयल प्राइसेस राइज एज जियोपॉलिटिकल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट इंटेंसिफाई, ये वही सेम न्यूज ही है मैं आपको जो बता रहा हूँ। Biden allows Ukraine to use US arms to strike India, sorry, inside Russia, not India. That is a huge news actually. मुझे देखना है कि क्या ये एक्चुअली में अटैक करते हैं या फिर ऐसे ही बोल दिया है। बिकॉज अगर, वाह, ये भी आ गया यूक्रेन एंड रसिया एट वॉर। क्योंकि अगर ये हो जाता है ना तो फिर कहीं सच में वर्ल्ड वॉर 3 स्टार्ट ना हो जाए। रसिया की ओर से नॉर्थ कोरिया लड़ ही रहा है, ईरान भी आ जाएगा, चाइना भी आ जाएगा, यहाँ यूक्रेन के साथ नेटो चल ही रहे हैं। Kremlin says Biden's Ukraine missile decision would escalate war if true. Putin draws a nuclear red line for the West. And Duda says US decision or arms may be decisive for Ukraine. Ukraine's GDP up by 4.2% year on year in January to October, economy ministry says. सेल करना चाह रहे हो देख लेते हैं। नहीं, वो ऑलरेडी निकल गया नेचुरल गैस लेवल से काफ़ी नीचे। कोई न्यूज़ नहीं है आज, यही न्यूज़ है, डेटा कोई नहीं है। सेल करना है तो इधर पे करना कहीं 2610 के आसपास। ठीक है, 2610 के आसपास सेल करना। और न्यूज़ का ध्यान रखना, कोई सडनली अगर न्यूज आ गई रसिया यूक्रेन वॉर के रिगार्डिंग में बोल रहा हूँ अब तो सडनली प्राइस मूव कर सकता है उस केस में। अब थोड़ा सा फिर एसएल बड़ा हो जाएगा क्योंकि ऑलरेडी वो रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है मल्टीपल टाइम। अगर यहाँ सेल करोगे तो फिर गोल्ड मत करना, मिनी कर देना, या फिर लॉट साइज कम कर दो, ऊपर आएगा तो ज़्यादा बेटर है। इस रेंज के आसपास 2610 के आसपास। ठीक है, अगर यहाँ पर सेल करने का प्लान कर रहे हो तो। तो मैंने डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे देखा था गोल्ड ने अपना सपोर्ट परसों ब्रेक कर दिया था, डेली टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग रीटेस्ट कर रहा था डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे, फॉरेक्स का चार्ट। ठीक है, गोल्ड में ध्यान रखना, जो लोग अगर सेलिंग का प्लान कर रहे हैं, एक रेजिस्टेंस ऊपर है थोड़ा सा, यहाँ मल्टीपल टाइम रिजेक्शन ले चुका है तो यहाँ क्वांटिटी थोड़ी कम रखियो। नहीं, क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस में करंट में कोई एंट्री नहीं बन रही। समझिए, हम इसकी बात कर रहे होगे आप। ये वहाँ पे भी रुक रहा है, इसलिए वो यहाँ पे कंसोलिडेशन जो बना हुआ है दिस वन, ये कंसोलिडेशन उसी वजह से बन रहा है। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है, वहां से पहले एक बार सेलिंग आ गई है, दूसरी बार वो सेलिंग आ रही है, तो यहाँ पर वो सपोर्ट होल्ड किया हुआ है, जिस वजह से वो ना नीचे आ रहा है ना ऊपर जा रहा है, इसलिए थोड़ा सा रिस्की है वो। क्योंकि किसी ना किसी एक साइड के एसएल जरूर जाएंगे, बायर्स या सेलर्स के, तभी वो रेंज ब्रेक होगी। बोलो शर्मा जी, तो बनाए हेनरी, बनी नहीं रही उसमें गोल्ड और सिल्वर, नेचुरल गैस और क्रूड ऑयल में। क्रूड ऑयल का, सॉरी, फ्यूचर का चार्ट दूसरा लगाना है। यस, दिसंबर मंथ का चार्ट है ये। ये जी, हम पुराने मेंबर हैं। ओके, इतने पुराने मेंबर हो सर आप। हाँ, इक्विटी तो बंद है मंडे के दिन, सॉरी 20 को इक्विटी मार्केट तो क्लोज ही रहेगा। एमसीएक्स भी मॉर्निंग सेशन बंद है, इवनिंग सेशन में ओपनिंग है शाम को 5 बजे से शाम के 11:30 तक इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग। बता दिया। बोलो शर्मा जी, जो क्लास को क्लास बोल रहे हैं वो क्लास, मैं समझा नहीं, क्या कह रहे हो? डिफरेंट वॉइस इन योर चैनल? डिफरेंट वॉइस नहीं, डिफरेंट वॉइस तो नहीं है, सेम ही वॉइस है। वॉइस डिफरेंट तो नहीं होगी, सेम ही होगी गाइस, आई होप सो। वॉइस अलग आ रही है क्या? मैं थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा बोल नहीं पा रहा हूँ अभी, आई हैव सम, breathing issue actually, so can't say many words. इन्फेक्शन हो रखा है सर. डिफरेंट वॉइस पहले आती थी, अब सही आ रही है वॉइस. आई थिंक वॉइस क्लियर आ रही होगी जहाँ तक मुझे लग रहा है. वॉल्यूम आपका कम आ रहा है. वॉल्यूम कम, वॉइस कम आएगी मेरी, मैंने बताया ना. वॉइस थोड़ा सा कम हो सकती है आज. वाटर यूज नहीं नहीं, वो कभी कभी हो जाता है ना, लाइक सडनली आप ब्रीथ नहीं कर पाते हो, ऐसा हो जाता है. मे बी सम फंक्शन इन कार्टलरी. नहीं तो पता लाइक लाइव करते करते निकल लिए. प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी. वॉइस ज़्यादा आ रही होगी इसलिए शायद, एज कम्पेयर टू माइन. पॉल्यूशन भी बहुत ज़्यादा है. हाँ, पॉल्यूशन भी ज़्यादा है, बट आई डोंट थिंक सो पॉल्यूशन का इशू है. पता नहीं सडनली क्या हुआ है. भाई के लिए ऑक्सीजन लाओ. ऑक्सीजन तो है. ऑक्सीजन ले ही नहीं पाओगे तो करोगे क्या. नेचुरल गैस में ऊपर से पुट ले रखा है टारगेट. नेचुरल गैस में ऊपर से अगर पुट ले रखा है तो डे लो तक आने के चांसेस हैं. ट्रेल करते रहो. अगर बिल्कुल डे हाई से ले रखा है तो आई विल सजेस्ट अपना ट्रेलिंग एसएल 546 के ऊपर रख सकते हो ट्रेलिंग एसएल अब. ओके, किसी को देखो फिर से अगर री एंट्री करनी है इन नेचुरल गैस, एक नेचुरल गैस में सेलिंग का ट्रेड प्लान कर सकते हैं. हितेश जी आप बहुत पुराने हो मतलब. हाँ. न्यूयॉर्क सेशन 6:30 पे ओपन होगा. कोई नेचुरल गैस में एक सेलिंग की एंट्री बन सकती है। एक सेकेंड, अभी बनी नहीं है। अगर देखो, अगर पुल बैक देता है नेचुरल गैस में अप्रोक्सीमेटली 244.5 के रेंज के अंदर, तो एक वापस सेलिंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं 246 के एसएल के साथ। पुल बैक का वेट करना, वो भी सीधा ही जा रहा है नीचे, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बना के नीचे। बाकी इसमें डेल ऊपर ही एक छोटा सा सपोर्ट है, उसके अलावा तो और कोई सपोर्ट इसमें है नहीं। नीचे लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन में उस दिन याद होगा, कल परसों के दिन वो अपने एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे आया नहीं था। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस एक के बाद एक बनते जा रहे हैं, प्राइस नीचे आता जा रहा है। देखना पड़ेगा इसमें अभी ऊपर के लेवल वापस रीटेस्ट करता है या फिर नहीं। डे हाई स्टिल इज अ रेजिस्टेंस। गैस का चार्ट, नेचुरल गैस का चार्ट, एक सेकेंड लगा देता हूँ। इसकी मैं क्रूड ऑयल में लेवल देख रहा था इसलिए। सकते हो उसमें कोई सुनिए, नेचुरल गैस में तो करंट मंथ का फ्यूचर का चार्ट यूज करो। एक्सपायरी में अभी टाइम है ऑप्शन की। 630 के अप्रॉक्स वॉल्यूम मुझे लगता है, थोड़ा सा ऐसा ही करता है, 130 टू 330 430 के अराउंड ही वॉल्यूम है। उसके बाद फिर शाम को न्यूयॉर्क सेशन पर ही वॉल्यूम आता है। क्रूड ऑयल में वही चार्ट यूज कर रहे हैं फिलहाल के लिए। नहीं ठीक है। तो गाइस डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम। 6 पीएम हो गया, आधे घंटे में न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन हो जाएगा। नेचुरल गैस को देखोगे थोड़ा सा वॉलेटाइल है, प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आ गई, मार्केट एक गैप अप ओपन हुआ जरूर था, अपसाइड गया ऊपर जरूर, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस ही था, एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे रुका रहा थोड़ी देर, वहां से सेलिंग ही कंटिन्यू है और बीच बीच में और भी बहुत सारी रेजिस्टेंस से बनाते जा रहा है, तो वहां पर भी कंटिन्यूसली सेलिंग ही आ रही है। पुल बैक देता है अगर अगेन छोटा सा एक इस एरिया के आसपास, तो वापस सेल कर सकते हो, नहीं तो फिर डे हाई पे वापस सेल करना। फिलहाल फ्री फॉल में फॉल हो रहा है मार्केट। तो देखो नीचे मार्केट के पास एक डे लो के आसपास एक सपोर्ट मिलेगा, 240 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली, 239 टू 40। प्राइस अगर वहां रुकता है तो वेल एंड गुड, नहीं तो उसके नीचे एक और सपोर्ट कल वाला ही है लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन का, वैसे तो वहां से प्राइस ऑलरेडी सपोर्ट ले लिया था और चला गया ऊपर, तो मोस्ट पॉसिबल यही रहेगा कि इसी एरिया पे रुक जाए, वापस और नीचे ना आए। देन अगर वो भी होल्ड नहीं होता है तो फिर परसों का लो 228, ये नीचे जितने भी सपोर्ट हैं टेस्ट हो चुके हैं, 228 236, तो मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली 240 239 ही बेस्ट रहेगा इसको रिवर्स करना है अगर, तो बाकी रिवर्स करता भी है तो यहाँ वापस सेलिंग एक्सपेक्टेड रहेगी अगर डायरेक्टली आ गया। ये थोड़ा बहुत वॉलेटाइल मार्केट अभी 630 पे होना चाहिए। पूरा फंसा हुआ है गोल्ड में। लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, कम ऑन डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम गाइस। काफी देर से रुका हुआ है गोल्ड, गोल्ड में नीचे सपोर्ट देखो, सपोर्ट नीचे गोल्ड में 25767 के 76 से 74 के अराउंड है, वहां पर आता है तो अच्छी बाइंग हो सकती है। वैसे अभी तक आ जाना चाहिए, सेलिंग इज ऑलवेज फास्ट, लास्ट टाइम रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से फॉल करके काफी अच्छा आ गया था मार्केट। अभी इसको फॉल कर जाना चाहिए नॉर्मली, या फिर ये ब्रेकआउट करता है तो देखते हैं। यूक्रेन रशिया एट वॉर। अगर होल्ड नहीं कर पाता इन केस ऑन अपर लेवल पे जिस रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे रुका हुआ है सीधा गिर जाता है तो वेल एंड गुड। नहीं तो अगर ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट कर गया 6000 2602 का इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम, थोड़ा सा अपसाइड पे भी जो मैंने अभी बताया था आपको 2606 से 2610 वो भी रेजिस्टेंस एरिया ही है, तो हो सकता है क्योंकि यहाँ से ऑलरेडी एक बार सेलिंग आ चुकी है तो फिर प्राइस उस लेवल तक टेस्ट करने भी चला जाए। तो दोनों रेजिस्टेंस काफ़ी पास पास हैं, लेट्स सी। तो ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट तो प्लान मत करना। ज़्यादा ही रेजिस्टेंस बने हुए हैं गोल्ड में, एक के ऊपर एक के ऊपर एक कंटिन्यूअसली। गोल्ड मिनी सेल किया हुआ है 74,635 गोल्ड मिनी। 4635 बिल्कुल ही लो पे सेल कर दिया गया। देखो रेजिस्टेंस पे है जरूर वो, बट वो ऑलरेडी वहां से एक बार रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है। अगर यहाँ से नहीं आती सेलिंग तो फिर थोड़ा और ऊपर जा सकता है। एमसीएक्स में लेवल थोड़ा सा गैप अप गैप डाउन हुए, उतने क्लियर नहीं दिख रहे। फॉरेक्स का चार्ट में लगा देता हूँ, वहां पर थोड़ा सा क्लियर समझ में आएगा। वहां पर लेवल थोड़े क्लियर हैं एक्चुअली। ठीक है, एमसीएक्स में ट्रेड कर रहे हो ना? यहाँ पर ऑलरेडी सेलिंग थोड़ी बहुत आ चुकी है ऑलरेडी मॉर्निंग सेशन पे। ये फॉरेक्स में नहीं दिखेगी बट एमसीएक्स में दिखेगी, फॉरेक्स में ऑलरेडी आ चुकी है सेलिंग। तो इसको गिरना होगा तो फटाफट गिर जाना चाहिए। अगर ये नहीं गिरता है तो फिर अपसाइड जाएगा 75,236 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली, वहां पर एक रेजिस्टेंस है नेक्स्ट 15 मिनट का। 6:30 का ध्यान रखना, जाना होगा 6:30 से पहले चला जाना चाहिए। फॉरेक्स चार्ट देखोगे थोड़ा ज़्यादा समझ में आएगा, यहाँ पर इतना एमसीएक्स में क्लियर नहीं है। ये देख सकते हो, अगर ये रुकता है यहाँ पर, ऑलरेडी यहाँ से एक सेलिंग है दे चुका है, रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे थोड़ी देर पहले आया था, वहाँ से एक सेलिंग आ गई थी, फिर से आया है, काफ़ी देर से कंसोलिडेशन करके बैठा हुआ है 3 घंटे से। फॉल करना होगा, फटाफट आना चाहिए। नहीं तो अगर इस 2602 के ऊपर सस्टेन करता है तो फिर 2613 टू 16 के आसपास जा सकता है, वहां पर फिर एक रेजिस्टेंस है। बाय द वे वो रेजिस्टेंस भी टेस्ट कर चुका है मार्केट, बट लेट्स होप फिर जाए तो फिर से टेस्ट करें। बाकी नीचे एक अच्छा सपोर्ट है 257। 76 के अराउंड, 74 के अराउंड एक बाइंग, अगर रुक मार्केट वहां पर रुकता है, अच्छा सपोर्ट जोन है 15 मिनट में। आउट के मोड में है गोल्ड। सेलिंग वैसे थोड़ी फास्ट आती है, इतना देर रुकना तो नहीं चाहिए। लास्ट लेवल में भी देखोगे यही मार्केट ने ऐसा ही किया था, यहाँ पर भी जब सेकेंड टाइम आया था कंसोलिडेशन किया जरूर था बट आ गया था नीचे। तो सेलिंग इज ऑलवेज फास्ट, ज़्यादा देर रुकेगा तो प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी। 20 मिनट इज लेफ्ट। नेचुरल गैस भी हल्का सा पुल बैक देता है तो वापस सेल कर सकते हैं, ठीक है इसको यहाँ पर। थोड़ा वॉल्यूम ही नहीं है अभी, मेरे को लग रहा है 6:30 के बाद ही कुछ मूव करेगा। रीटेस्ट लेवल कितने, 15 मिनट में 5741 इज द रीटेस्ट लेवल इन क्रूड ऑयल। 57 कौन से चार्ट को देख रहे हो आप, नवंबर मंथ का, दिसंबर मंथ का? मंथ में है, वहां पर एक एफईजी भी है, बट वो रीटेस्ट है, वो रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है। रेजिस्टेंस उसमें जो जो एम पैटर्न बना है उसके थोड़ा सा अपसाइड पे बना हुआ है 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, दिसंबर मंथ का। Lower shares of dollar bond yield hold near multi-months high. आज बैंक निफ्टी रुका हुआ था ना, वैसे ही रुक गया है क्रूड ऑयल, कहीं मूव ही नहीं कर रहा है, ना अपसाइड ना डाउन साइड। बैंक निफ्टी ने भी यही किया था फ्यूचर के चार्ट में, मिनट एटलीस्ट। था मोमेंटम और करेगा कंटिन्यूअसली, जितना सेल ऑफ आया उतना रिकवरी कर गया। सिल्वर का लेवल, सिल्वर का भी देख लेते हैं, एक सेकेंड। जी चंद्र सेनवाल जी, करना है ध्यान रखना, कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो ना बने। ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे सेल नहीं करते हैं डायरेक्टली, ठीक है? ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे सेल मत कर देना। ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे थोड़ा ध्यान रखना। ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे डायरेक्टली सेल नहीं किया जाता है। गैस व्यू फिलहाल रेंज बाउंड है। के अराउंड एक अच्छा रेजिस्टेंस है, नीचे सपोर्ट भी बने हुए हैं अच्छे खासे। 234 के नीचे थोड़ा सा बेरिस हो सकता है वापस, 10 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे एटलीस्ट। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होने वाला है गाइस, 15 मिनट रह गए। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन इज गोइंग टू ओपन इन 15 मिनट। ब्रेकआउट काफी ऊपर है, मत उसमें ब्रेकआउट रिटेस्ट पे ट्रेड मत करना, बेटर रहेगा ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से सेल कर दो वापस। पैसे का स्टॉक 1.5 रुपये चला गया। 1000 स्टॉक ही लिए थे। कौन सा स्टॉक था? पैनी स्टॉक। गया पैसा, और क्या चाहिए? क्रूड ऑयल काफी देर से रुका हुआ है, इसको एक सपोर्ट मान सकते हैं, बट अभी तक निकल जाना चाहिए था प्राइस को अपसाइड पे। स्टिल होल्डिंग दिस लेवल, आई डोंट नो, लग रहा है वॉल्यूम ही नहीं है अब तो। क्रूड ऑयल भी देखो सपोर्ट में ही मान के चलना, थोड़ा ब्रॉडर सपोर्ट एरिया मान सकते हैं, बट मूव नहीं कर रहा है, वही प्रॉब्लम है। आई थिंक वॉल्यूम नहीं है उतना प्रॉपर। थोड़ा और डीप करेक्शन देके ऊपर जाए तो मुझे लगता है वो बेटर रहेगा, या फिर सीधा कोई कैंडल्स के हाई ब्रेक करे तो मुझे लगता है वहाँ पर डायरेक्ट एंट्री लेनी चाहिए। मल्टीपल टाइम सपोर्ट ले चुका है प्राइस इस पर्टिकुलर रेंज से। क्या डीप करेक्शन पे आएगा या फिर निकलता है ऊपर, लेट्स सी। अगर ये नहीं रुकता है करंट एरिया पे क्रूड ऑयल, तो फिर एक करेक्शन दे सकता है 5600 टू 5008, 5570 के अराउंड। करंट जोन पे रुकना चाहिए इसको। वैसे तो ये सपोर्ट मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट पास में कर चुका है, बट अगर नहीं करता है तो फिर करेक्शन आना चाहिए। 7 मिनट इज लेफ्ट गाइस, 7 मिनट रह गए। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होने वाला है, लेट्स सी क्या वॉल्यूम जनरेट होता है। 5600 तक गिरना चाहिए क्रूड ऑयल। सिक्स 45 के बाद नेचुरल गैस में एंटर करना है। थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग पे मत करना, क्योंकि उसमें मोमेंटम कहीं कहीं भी हो सकता है, किसी भी डायरेक्शन पे। स्पेशली कैंडल अगर ओपन इक्वल टू हाई या ओपन इक्वल टू लो बन गई, नॉट गुड। क्रूड ऑयल मिडिल ऑफ द लेवल है, नेचुरल गैस मिडिल ऑफ द लेवल है, क्रूड ऑयल सपोर्ट पर ही है, मूव नहीं कर रहा, अलग बात है। क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री आज कहाँ आती है? वेनेसडे को। थाउजेंड 550 about that। तो 50% कंसिडर कर लो, 50%। नेचुरल गैस को सेल कर सकते हो, देखो सेल उसमें सेलिंग यहाँ पर प्लान करी जा सकती है, बट ध्यान रखना 6:30 होने वाला है। नेक्स्ट कैंडल पे मूव कहाँ आ जाए थोड़ा सा कह नहीं सकते एग्जैक्टली। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग भी है, थोड़ा सा मार्केट को ओपन होता है न्यूयॉर्क सेशन का, यूएस मार्केट या फिर कोई न्यूज आती है तो उस समय लेवल थोड़ा सा प्रॉपरली काम नहीं करते। हो सकता है ना डाउन साइड पे कैंडल बना दे, हो सकता है रिवर्स कर जाए पूरा। 10 सेकेंड्स आर लेफ्ट। 15 मिनट तक ही रहता है नॉर्मली जो देखा गया है। कभी भी कोई न्यूज या मार्केट ओपन होता है तो उसका मोमेंटम जो रहता है 15 मिनट की उस कैंडल पे ही रहता है। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन, लेट्स सी अब कुछ वॉल्यूम जनरेट होता है तो। क्रूड ऑयल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई, कैंडल फॉर्म कर दी है इसने। वेट करना होगा। कितने 100 पॉइंट है क्या? 100 पॉइंट। भी स्टिल वही लेवल पे रुका हुआ है। चल गैस ओपन इक्वल टू लो फॉरेक्स में, एमसीएक्स में भी वही है। ओपन देखोगे इसका जो 240, हाँ ठीक है, 244.7 ओपन है और 244.6 लो है। 0.1 का डिफरेंस है सिर्फ। ओपन इक्वल टू लो ही कैंडल है वो, जो अभी करंट कैंडल बनी है इन नेचुरल गैस। अपना लो तो एक एंट्री वहां पर हो सकती है। लेट्स सी ब्रेक करता है या फिर सीधा ऊपर ही निकलता है डे हाई के रेजिस्टेंस पे। एक सेकेंड। फिफ्टी पॉइंट की रेंज है, 80 पॉइंट की रेंज है। चलो देखो वही क्रूड ऑयल भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल बना के बैठा हुआ है। जैसे नेचुरल गैस ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनाया है, क्रूड ऑयल ने भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनाई है। Let's wait. इस क्रूड ऑयल स्टिल ऑन सपोर्ट, कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई जरूर बनी थी बट अभी भी सपोर्ट पे रुका हुआ है. लेट्स सी ये जाता है नहीं जाता है अप साइड पे. ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस काफ़ी दूर है बट सपोर्ट भी मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो गया ये 5660 टू 680 वाला. कल से इसी लेवल पे रुका हुआ है 80 पॉइंट की रेंज में. यहाँ पर नहीं रुकता है तो फिर नीचे एक 5626 एंड 5560, दोज आर द वेरी गुड एरिया. लेट्स होप यहाँ से होल्ड करके जाए अप साइड. गैस में क्या करना है? नेचुरल गैस में देखो ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है वहीं से सेल करना. ये तो ऊपर ही आ गया है. या फिर ये वापस नीचे चला जाए. ये ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस एरिया वहां से भी सेल कर सकते हो. इस एरिया से आप सेल नहीं कर सकते. कोई मूवी नहीं आया नेच क्रूड ऑयल में, वहीं का वहीं रुका हुआ है सपोर्ट एरिया पे। क्रूड ऑयल न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ऑलरेडी ओपन हो चुका है। क्रूड ऑयल में रेजिस्टेंस देखो ऊपर ही है 5810 से 5830 के बीच में। बाकी ये सपोर्ट पे ही रुका हुआ है, आई डोंट नो ऊपर जाएगा भी नहीं अब। इस एरिया पे वैसे परसों भी आया था, उसके बाद कल भी आया था, सपोर्ट तो ले चुका है। लेट्स होप। का बड़ा टारगेट है काफ़ी, इतना डायरेक्टली तो नहीं जाना चाहिए, बट एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे अगर ये हायर हाई बनाने में सक्सेसफुल रहा तो फिर फाइनल टारगेट भी दे दे। तो बट इसको टू पार्ट्स में डिवाइड करके रख सकते हो, जो लोग बाइंग में है होल्ड करना। 5737 एंड 5815 के आसपास पहला टारगेट ऑलरेडी मॉर्निंग पे दे चुका है, बट निकलेगा ऊपर तो उसके बाद ही जाएगा। अगर ये नहीं जाता है और लोअर लो बना दिया तो प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी। प्राइस ट्राई तो कर रहा है एक डब्ल्यू बनाने का, फिर एक इन्वर्टेड हेड एंड शोल्डर बना दे। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस सही है, वहां से सेलिंग कल परसों आ गई है। लेट्स होप आज जाए तो फिर से सेलिंग करें। बाकी अगर ब्रेक डाउन कर गया, सपोर्ट होल्ड नहीं करता है 5640 का लेवल, तो फिर ब्रेक डाउन रीटेस्ट पे और गिर सकता है। इवन दो नीचे और भी सपोर्ट है, बट फिर वो नीचे वाले सपोर्ट देखना पड़ेगा एग्जैक्टली कहाँ पर आके प्राइस रुकेगा। मार्केट ओपन होगा 8 पी एम ना, हाँ 8 पी.एम. पर यूएस मार्केट विल ओपन एट 8 पी.एम. क्रूड ऑयल लेवल बता दिए, क्रूड ऑयल लेवल अभी थोड़ी देर पहले बता दिए। क्रूड ऑयल लेवल सेम ही है, कुछ चेंज नहीं हुआ है। ये याद रखना, क्रूड ऑयल का दिसंबर मंथ का चार्ट है, ये नवंबर मंथ का चार्ट नहीं है। नवंबर मंथ का चार्ट यूज़ नहीं कर रहे हैं बिकॉज एक्सपायरी हो गई है ऑलरेडी ऑप्शन की। सो दिस दिसंबर मंथ चार्ट, डोंट बी कंफ्यूज्ड। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। होल्ड नहीं करता है, मान लो ब्रेक डाउन कर गया नीचे 5639, तो फिर हम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे कि और गिरे फिरे सीधा 5530 टू 520। क्रूशियल लेवल है, मार्केट को ऊपर वापस रिटर्न करना है, तो क्रूड ऑयल की बात कर रहा हूँ। आगे थोड़ा बड़ा है ये, 150 पॉइंट विज हाई टारगेट। ऑब्वियसली इतना मूव नहीं करता एक बार में, डिवाइड करके रखना है इसको। सिल्वर उड़ गया, गोल्ड तो वहीं का वहीं है। सिल्वर देखें एक बार, सिल्वर है कहाँ पर? 30.92। एक सेकेंड, सिल्वर रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, वो काफी बड़ा रेजिस्टेंस है, कुछ ज्यादा ही बड़ा रेजिस्टेंस है। सिल्वर अपने रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर ही है। ये कब की डेट है? 13 नवंबर को ऑलरेडी एक बार सेलिंग ये दे चुका है यहाँ से। उसके बाद 15 नवंबर को भी सेलिंग दी थी। अभी भी है, तो ये रेजिस्टेंस ही मानेंगे इसको। थोड़ा बड़ा लेवल है बट रेजिस्टेंस का ही है। एक चीज़ ये थोड़ा सा इसको सपोर्ट कर रही है कि मार्केट लोअर लो नहीं बना रहा। फर्स्ट टाइम सेलिंग आई थी, एक लो बनाया था, सेकंड टाइम आई थी हायर लो बनाया था, अब फिर से आया है। ज़्यादा सेलिंग नहीं आई तो एक ब्रेकआउट के लिए तैयार हो सकता है। स्टिल ऑन रेजिस्टेंस। नीचे एक बार सपोर्ट देख लेते हैं, इसके सपोर्ट कहाँ पर है? सपोर्ट भी टर्न आउट हुए हैं क्या? नहीं, ये तो नहीं है। सपोर्ट इसका नीचे ऑलरेडी लेके आया है, मॉर्निंग से सपोर्ट पे रुका हुआ था 30.66 से 30.56। वही जो मैं कह रहा हूँ, वो एक मार्केट कंटिन्यूसली लोअर हायर लो क्रिएट कर रहा है, ब्रेक नहीं कर पाया। नीचे आया तो कहाँ तक गिर सकता है? आया तो 30.4240 के आसपास एक अच्छा सपोर्ट है। वैसे तो एक हायर अब हायर हाई ही बना हायर लो बना रहा है, तो लेट्स सी क्या इस बार एक लोअर हाई क्रिएट करेगा या फिर निकलता है सीधा अपसाइड की ओर। ठीक है, थोड़ा चार्ट को देखोगे ना यहाँ पर बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है। नीचे के सपोर्ट हटा दो, बाकी लेवल अगर देखोगे ओवर हियर फ्रॉम इस पर्टिकुलर लेवल से एक मार्केट में सेलिंग आई थी, एक लो बना था, फिर ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से फिर सेलिंग आई, एक हायर लो बनाया, थर्ड टाइम आ रहा है यहाँ पर। अगर अब सेलिंग आती है इस पर्टिकुलर जोन से और मान लो ये लोअर लो नहीं कन्वर्ट कर पाता है प्रीवियस स्विंग के नीचे, मान लो थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग यहीं तक आती है या फिर इवन इतना भी आती है और फिर प्राइस ऊपर निकला, तो एक काफ़ी अच्छा पैटर्न हो जाएगा ब्रेकआउट के लिए इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। अभी दो बार ही आया है तो मैं स्टिल सजेस्ट कंसिडर करूंगा कि ये रेजिस्टेंस ही है, डायरेक्टली जाना नहीं चाहिए अभी ऊपर। तो नीचे आता है तो ये लेवल तो मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट कर ही चुका है ये ऑलरेडी 30.66, तो 30.4240 पे आ जाए, वेल एंड गुड। सो इट इज स्टिल ऑन रेजिस्टेंस इन 15 मिनट। फाइव सेवन थ्री एट के लाइन के लेवल क्या है, मैं समझा नहीं। वो मैंने बीच में लगा रखा है 50% लेवल मान के चलो उसको, वहाँ पर ऐसा कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है प्रॉपर या फिर कोई प्रॉपर सपोर्ट नहीं है, बट वो टारगेट काफ़ी बड़ा है। इतना बड़ा मार्केट 150 पॉइंट सीधा तो नहीं जाएगा, हो सकता है चला जाए, बट मैं कैसे कह रहा हूँ नॉर्मली जाता नहीं है। तो हम इसको डिवाइड करके रखा हुआ है, हाफ ये हाफ इसके ऊपर सस्टेन करता है, तो ये हो सकता है कल आए परसों आए। बाकी अगर नहीं आता नीचे ब्रेक डाउन कर गया 5637 के नीचे तो फिर ब्रेक डाउन रिटेस्ट पे एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड ही मिलेगा, फिर नीचे का हमारे पास अच्छा सपोर्ट है 5533 के अराउंड। तो चला गया था सीधा, और रोज बिल्कुल रिवर्सल ऐसे करता नहीं है मार्केट नॉर्मली। जैसे सेलिंग भी देखोगे तो कोई डायरेक्टली आई नहीं यहाँ पर, प्राइस रुक रुक के आ रहा था। अकॉर्डिंग ये इसको आप थोड़ा सा अगर क्योंकि मैंने एग्जैक्टली 50% लेवल पे लगा रखा है यहाँ से, इसको अगर आप थोड़ा सा लेवल के तौर पे रखना चाहो तो ऐसे रख सकते हो लाइक दिस। पर आता है तो थोड़ा बहुत रिजेक्शन मिल सकता है, इसके ऊपर सस्टेन किया तो चला जाएगा टारगेट तक। बाकी जब तक ये 5740 के नीचे है थोड़ा सेलिंग का प्रेशर रहेगा मार्केट में। थोड़ा सा अगर ये निकल जाता है इस सेशन के ऊपर और सस्टेन करता है तब एक थोड़ा सा अपर लेवल आ सकता है, नहीं तो ये थोड़ा सा जो लोअर लो कंटिन्यू कर रहा है उसी के प्रेशर को फील करेगा। और ये ऐसा नहीं कि लेवल पहली बार आया इस लेवल पे, ये दो तीन बार ले चुका है यहाँ से सपोर्ट। एक बार यहीं से ले चुका है फर्स्ट टाइम, ये सेकंड टाइम और ये थर्ड टाइम। यहाँ पर भी देखोगे तो मार्केट कोई हायर हाई फॉर्म नहीं कर रहा है, विच इज़ अ कंसर्निंग थिंग फॉर बायर्स। यहाँ से एक बार आया एक हाई, ये हाई, फिर ये हाई, अगर मान लो ये ऊपर नहीं निकला और नीचे आता है तो ये भी कुछ इस तरह का पैटर्न क्रिएट कर देगा लाइक दिस। तो अगर बायर्स को सस्टेन करना है तो ऊपर का हाई ब्रेक करके निकलना चाहिए। सिक्स हंड्रेड क्रॉस किया नहीं, अभी तो नहीं किया, वहीं पर है स्टिल होल्डिंग। कैंडल जरूर ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है, कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो है। कैंडल देखोगे ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है 15 मिनट में। महाराष्ट्र से कौन है यार यहाँ? एनीबडी इज फ्रॉम महाराष्ट्र? वॉचिंग फ्रॉम महाराष्ट्र? अखिलेश जी महाविकास अघाड़ी, एमवीए को वोट दे रहे हो आप? तेज गुजरात से हो? गुजरात बहुत बड़ा है, गुजरात में कहाँ से हो? सूरत से हो, अहमदाबाद से हो, वडोदरा से हो, सार सोमनाथ से हो? सोमनाथ वही है ना, सोमनाथ? गिर नेशनल पार्क उसी साइड को पड़ता है आई थिंक। राजकोट से हो, भुज से हो, लातूर से, लातूर से हो? जस्ट मैं बोलने वाला था। सिलिकॉन वैली से हो पुनीत जी आप? अब तो अमेजोन भी अपना हेडक्वार्टर वहीं शिफ्ट कर रहा है शायद, कॉस्ट कटिंग के लिए। पर और है, सेल कर देंगे इसको। सोमनाथ से हो? सोमनाथ के साइड में गिर भी है ना, गिर नेशनल पार्क, इंडिया का ओनली नेशनल पार्क जहाँ पर आप लायंस को देख सकते हैं, केनिया के बाद में। अच्छा, आप लातूर महाराष्ट्र से हो, किसको वोट दे रहे हो सर आप, बताना चाहो तो? affect market, maybe Congress came in Maharashtra, then who will be the CM? मुझे लग तो नहीं रहा वैसे कांग्रेस आएगी। मुझे जहाँ तक लग रहा है बीजेपी लेड जो गवर्नमेंट चल रही है वही शायद आनी चाहिए। कांग्रेस को ही वोट दे रहे हो? नहीं, कांग्रेस को दे रहे हो या फिर कांग्रेस में भी बहुत सारे हैं ना, कांग्रेस है, एनसीपी, एक एनसीपी वाला भी है उसमें पोर्सन, और एक उद्धव ठाकरे वाला जो शिवसेना वाला पोर्सन है वो भी है। वहाँ पार्टियां कुछ ज्यादा ही होगी लग रहा है, जितना बड़ा स्टेट नहीं उससे ज्यादा पार्टियां लगती हैं वहाँ तो। एमवीए, वहाँ विकास अघाड़ी। एमवीए विल कम। दूसरे वाले का नाम क्या है? महाविकास अघाड़ी और महायुति, उसका नाम भी कुल फुल फॉर्म में पता नहीं क्या रखा हुआ है। सब पसंद नहीं आया लग रहा। एज ए चीफ मिनिस्टर ही इज नॉट गुड चीफ मिनिस्टर। महायुति, हाँ महायुति। बीजेपी वालों को काम पसंद नहीं आया। ऐसे भी लगा सकते हो अगर लाइन में ज़्यादा लग रहा है कि वो बहुत ही स्मॉल लाइन हो जा रही है, यू कैन कंसिडर दिस एज वेल। ऐसे भी लगा सकते हो लोग, एज ए एफयूजी कंसिडर कर लेना इसको। इंपॉर्टेंट लेवल है बिकॉज मार्केट को पूरा टारगेट देना है तो जाना चाहिए, अगर नहीं देता है तो फिर यहाँ से रिजेक्शन ले सकता है, नीचे फिर ब्रेकडाउन के चांसेस बढ़ जाएंगे। या डन। बाइंग में है, हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करो, ये एफयूजी के ऊपर निकलना जरूरी है। फुल टारगेट के लिए बड़ा टारगेट है, नहीं आता है तो फिर रिजेक्शन मिल जाएगा यहाँ से। ऊपर जाना है तो इस एफयूजी के ऊपर क्लोजिंग चाहिए हमें। क्लोजिंग आ जाए तो प्राइस चला जाएगा, नहीं आती है तो रिजेक्शन मिल जाएगा वापस। अभी भी थोड़ा सा सेलिंग का प्रेशर है। गोल्ड, देखो गोल्ड अपने सेकंड रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पर ही है, पहुंचने वाला है, मतलब 2610 के आसपास। लास्ट कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो जरूर बनी थी, बट स्टिल मैं इसमें कोई बाइंग तो नहीं करने वाला। रेजिस्टेंस पे आता है तो सेल जरूर कर सकते हो। बाकी अब सीधा 8 PM पे यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा तो देख लेना। ठीक है, ऊपर 2608-10 के आसपास रेजिस्टेंस एरिया, वहां से सेलिंग का प्लान करना। बाइंग में हो तो बुक कर सकते हो। नीचे फिर एक आपके पास छोटा सा ये लेवल है, एफईजी है ये भी, इसको ही मार्क करना चाह रहे हो तो ऐसे मार्क करके रख सकते हो। Maharashtra result definitely affect on market if Congress come, then possibility market crash for one day. नहीं जीती तो महायुति। कांग्रेस नहीं आती है महाराष्ट्र में, देन पुट लेके कॉल लेके बैठ जाए। एक काम करते हैं, एग्जिट पोल में कॉल लेके बैठ जाते हैं, रिजल्ट के दिन पुट लेके बैठ जाएंगे। क्या कहते हो? दोनों साइड प्रॉफिट। सिल्वर मैंने बताया, सिल्वर भी रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, सिल्वर भी ना रेजिस्टेंस पे ही है, गोल्ड की तरह सिल्वर भी रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पर ही रुका हुआ है। कहाँ गया सिल्वर आपका? काफी बड़ा रेजिस्टेंस है मेरे अकॉर्डिंग, तो इसमें बाइंग नहीं बनती है। मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो शॉर्ट करो इसको, थोड़ा और ऊपर आ जाए या फिर इस लेवल के आसपास। बाइंग करनी है तो नीचे सपोर्ट है, अच्छा है प्राइस के पास 30.40 के अराउंड, या फिर 30.60 के अराउंड। 60 वाला वैसे टेस्ट करके आया है मार्केट इसको, यहाँ पर डीप लेवल पे टेस्ट करके आया है, तो अब यहाँ आके सपोर्ट ले ले तो बेटर है। बाकी इसके ऊपर भी देख लेते हैं कुछ रेजिस्टेंस है क्या मार्केट के पास। ऊपर भी चला गया तो ये इस रेजिस्टेंस एरिया के ऊपर, तो यहाँ पर भी एक छोटा सा रेजिस्टेंस है ये, यहाँ पर फिर से रुक सकता है। तो बाइंग मुझे यहाँ पर भी सही नहीं लग रही है इसमें। एक मेजर रेजिस्टेंस ये टॉप पे बना हुआ है, यहाँ पर, यहाँ सेल करना अगर ऊपर निकला ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट करके। ने कोई एफईजी जरूर बनाया होगा इसने, यस दिस वन। या तो सपोर्ट पे, या फिर अगर ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट कर गया 31.30 के ऊपर। सर रिजल्ट से पहले बताएंगे कि क्या लेना है। वो तो लेके निकल भी गए होंगे, पुट बाय करके बैठ गए होंगे, फिर लेके निकल जाएंगे। 0.30 के ऊपर ब्रेकआउट होगा। असल बड़ा लग रहा है सेलिंग में, तो एक कोई भी कैंडल बनने दो, उसका अगर लो ब्रेक होता है तो वहां पर एंट्री करना, उसके हाई के ऊपर ऐसे लगा सकते हो। इस तरह से भी एंट्री करी जा सकती है उस रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर, क्योंकि काफ़ी बड़ा रेजिस्टेंस एरिया, छोटा नहीं है। उसके ऊपर जो बना है वो छोटा है, बट वो पता नहीं वहां तक एग्जैक्टली आएगा नहीं आएगा, हो सकता है यहीं से रेजिस्टेंस ले ले। उसको ही मार्क कर लेते हैं, एक सेकेंड। ओके अब ठीक है। तेरे गाइस 70 लाइक्स का टारगेट है. डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को फटाफट से लाइक कर दो. कम ऑन. गोल्ड भी रेजिस्टेंस के काफ़ी करीब ही है. थोड़ा सा और ऊपर आ जाए फिर सेलिंग कर सकते हैं इसमें भी. जी से रिजेक्शन मिलता है तो नहीं तो यहीं पर भी सेलिंग का प्लान करना. मुझे लगता है निकल जाए तो बेटर है. इस तरीके से फाइनल टारगेट दे दें. अगर ये रिजेक्शन ले गया गलती से, वैसे तो ले चुका है इस एफई से रिजेक्शन, अगर फिर से लेता है तो फिर ये डेफिनेटली ब्रेक करना चाहिए डाउन साइड पे, क्योंकि उस केस में डाउन ट्रेंड कंफर्म ही मान के चलना. इसमें भी वही सेलिंग कंटिन्यू है. सेलिंग कंटिन्यू ही है उसमें. सपोर्ट पहुंच जाएगा ये थोड़ी देर में, जस्ट 239 सपोर्ट एरिया ही है। नेचुरल गैस टारगेट बताया 239 है ना, 230। हाँ 239 पे एक छोटा सा सपोर्ट है 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे। पहुंच गया टारगेट पे गाइस, नेचुरल गैस। ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है, ध्यान रखना नेचुरल गैस में। नेचुरल गैस भी देखो अपने फर्स्ट टारगेट पर ही है जो बाइंग में है, एटलीस्ट हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लो। फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करना। अगर ये एफईजी के ऊपर सस्टेन किया, क्लोजिंग आ जाती है पुल बैक देके, तो ये अपना फाइनल टारगेट देगा। नहीं तो यहाँ से अगर रिजेक्शन मिला तो वापस सेलिंग आने के चांसेस रहेंगे। मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली ब्रेकआउट हो तो जाना चाहिए। बट अगर नहीं हुआ तो फिर प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी बायर्स के लिए। नेचुरल गैस चार्ट, ये नेचुरल गैस का चार्ट यही है, कहाँ गया, ये है पड़ा हुआ है यहाँ पर। फर्स्ट हो गया इसका टारगेट, जो लोग सेलिंग में थे 239। लेट्स सी अगर ये सपोर्ट लेता है यहाँ पर तो एक बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे, नहीं लिया तो फिर ये 235 तक भी गिर सकता है, और अगर वो भी होल्ड नहीं किया तो फिर सीधा 227। देखो, समझा नहीं, कोई स्टॉक का नाम है क्या? इस एरिया पर ये सर गोल्ड अपने 2608 से 2610 के बीच में, अभी लेवल बताए थे सेम ही है, चेंज कुछ नहीं हुआ है। नेक्स्ट ऑलमोस्ट 20 मिनट में अब यूएस मार्केट ओपन हो जाएगा सीधा मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली। उसके बाद देखते हैं और क्या किस तरह का मूव आता है मार्केट में।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and we begin with this quick breaking economic news crossing the Bloomberg. The New York Fed Services Business Activity Index rose to minus 0.5 in November, and that compares to minus 2.2 the prior month. Now to our other top stories and the search for the next Treasury Secretary. The selection process for President-elect Donald Trump appears to have fallen into disarray. Bloomberg's Laura Davison has the latest from Washington.
The discussions, instead of getting narrower, have been getting more expansive. Trump has been frustrated by some of the jockeying that we've seen between some of the who were the leading contenders last week, folks like Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, and he's asked his advisors to present some other alternatives. So we've seen other folks like Bill Hagerty, Senator Bill Hagerty, come into the mix, Apollo CEO Mark Rowan. And some of these other names as Trump is trying to figure out, who he wants to come to the fore.
Bloomberg's Laura Davison reports Trump has tried to move quickly on his other cabinet choices. It's now unclear when he'll make a decision on Treasury. President Biden authorized Ukraine to use long-range U.S. missiles to strike inside Russia, something he prohibited until now. The weapons have a range of nearly 200 miles. The announcement was made while the president is in Brazil for the G20 Summit of Nations. And it follows the news that North Korean troops are inside Russia to fight Ukrainian troops in Russia's Kursk region. White House Principal Deputy National Security Advisor Jonathan Feiner said the North Korean soldiers pushed Biden's decision.
This has been consistent with our approach to the entire conflict. If there are circumstances that evolve and change, we will evolve and change to meet them and to allow the Ukrainians to continue to defend their territory and their sovereignty.
Meanwhile, Ukraine's allies are pushing President Vladimir Zelensky to consider new ways to lure Russia's Vladimir Putin to the negotiating table as they seek an end to the fighting. President Biden's top budget director is calling on Congress to swiftly pass disaster relief funds after several southern states were hit by back-to-back hurricanes, causing billions in damage. The administration has made multiple requests for emergency funding, but Congress has yet to act, with federal agencies pushing for a replenishment of disaster response programs. Democratic U.S. Representative Mikey Sherrill of New Jersey announcing that she's running for governor, saying it's time to fix the state's economy and make it more affordable. Sherrill, a former federal prosecutor and U.S. Navy helicopter pilot, joins a crowded field of Democrats vying to succeed Democratic Governor Phil Murphy, whose second term expires after next year's election. Murphy is barred by term limits from running again. Tesla shares, they are rising this morning. A report about the Trump transition that could directly benefit Elon Musk's electric vehicle giant. Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel has more.
The president-elect Donald Trump will seek to create a federal framework for self-driving cars, making it one of the Department of Transportation's main priorities. A federal framework can make it easier to obtain self-driving licenses and allow autonomous cars to drive across state lines. Now, the change would directly benefit Trump mega donor and Tesla CEO Elon Musk, who has bet heavily on the self-driving technology and the AI behind it.
And that's Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel. NVIDIA shares, they're moving lower after the information reported that the chip giant has asked its suppliers to change the design of the server racks for its new Blackwell graphics processing unit. This due to an overheating problem. Spirit Airlines has filed for bankruptcy in the wake of greater competition from rival carriers and financial troubles following its scuttled merger with JetBlue Airways. Manulife Financial said Chief Executive Roy Gorey will retire in May. He will be succeeded by Phil Witherington, head of the company's Asia business. HSBC has asked hundreds of managers to reapply for jobs in the firm's newly formed corporate and institutional banking division. Sources tell Bloomberg that interviews are already underway, essentially pitting senior staff who came from the commercial banking division against those from the global banking and markets unit to compete for the jobs available in the combined CIB division. And Morgan Stanley strategist Michael Wilson, well known for his bearish views on U.S. equities in recent years, has an outright bullish outlook for 2025. The strategist expects the S&P 500 to end next year around the 6,500 level, up 11% from Friday's close, with gains driven by improving economic growth and further Federal Reserve interest rate cuts. Taking a look at futures this morning, they are little changed, at least S&P futures. Dow futures, they're down 0.2%. NASDAQ futures up about 0.2%, and the 10-year Treasury yield is at 4.47%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
Not everybody likes talking about money. Some people find it awkward.
We just lived through a truly wild presidential race, pitting a Democrat who wasn't on the ballot until June and a Republican who was convicted on 34 felony counts just before receiving his party's nomination for president. But the wildest thing might have been this guy.
If you already believe in the Constitution, you're just signing something you already believe, and you can win $1 million. That's awesome.
I'm Max Chafkin, and this is Citizen Elon, a 3-part series from Elon Inc., where we investigate Elon Musk's unprecedented support for Donald Trump. Follow Elon Inc. on Apple Podcasts or wherever you like to listen.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
The world's most important climate conference kicked off this week in Baku, Azerbaijan. And this year, it's all about money.
To go from the system that we have today to a less carbon-intensive system is going to require money, and it's going to be more expensive.
You can't achieve anything if you don't have financing.
There is a wall of money there, but we just need to find a way of deploying it.
That was Darren Woods, the CEO of Exxon, NGO lawyer Jacinda Njike, and former UK Minister Alok Sharma. They're just a few of over 50,000 people attending this year's UN climate conference, called COP. It's an annual meeting where delegates from nearly 200 countries come together to address one of the most urgent issues of our time: climate change. At last year's COP, members laid the groundwork to transition away from fossil fuels and to reach net zero by 2050. So this year, they need to decide who's going to pay for that transition.
It's labeled the finance cop.
Akshat Rathi is a senior climate reporter for Bloomberg and the host of the Zero podcast. This is the fourth COP he's attended. But Akshat says the stakes of this year's talks feel even higher than usual. And that's not just because we're set to blow past the 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature rise target outlined in the Paris Agreement, or because 2024 is set to be the hottest year on record, or because the financial commitment needed to decarbonize could be as much as trillions of dollars. It's because on top of all that,
there is a Trump cloud somewhere in the sky all the time during these negotiations.
Trump has been an antagonist to environmental efforts. During his first term, he pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accords, and he's made no secret about his feelings on fossil fuels.
We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia.
It's this kind of rhetoric that has delegates concerned and wondering what a second Trump presidency means for the U.S.'s commitment to climate goals and to the Earth's future. This is The Big Take from Bloomberg News. I'm Sarah Holder. Today on the show, inside COP29 after a Trump win, how the world will calculate the cost of fighting climate change, and decide who's footing the bill. Akshat Rathi has been on the ground in Baku since COP29 kicked off there earlier this week. He's trying to get the pulse on how negotiations over climate financing are going and how global tensions are influencing the talks. So he's speaking to people there, from vegan activists.
And we are here to promote veganism because this is the solution for global warming.
Your Excellencies,
to Mukhtar Babayev, the oil executive who's currently the president of COP.
welcome to Azerbaijan. Welcome to COP29.
That's Babayev at COP's opening ceremony in his home country of Azerbaijan, a location that's been raising some eyebrows.
Azerbaijan is a petrostate. 90% of its exports are oil and gas.
Isn't that a tension?
Certainly, but it's also part of the process. You want even the countries that have fossil fuels to be a part of climate action because it's a global problem and every country has to do its bit.
The negotiations happening at this year's COP revolve around what responsibility the country's richest economies have to help smaller economies adapt to a warming world. And by the time COP29 is over, there are two main things that delegates need to decide.
The first one is called Article 6, and it's about creating a carbon market where, say, a country like Indonesia, which has a lot of forests, could be producing carbon credits and be selling them to Norway, which produces a lot of oil and has emissions. That would allow money to go to Indonesia, which it could use to try and move its energy transition faster. That got signed off, at least half of it, on the very first day of COP, and maybe countries and companies will start to buy carbon credits from these countries.
Just after COP members finalized some of the rules for international carbon trading and made plans to launch a UN-backed carbon market, Saudi Arabia launched its own carbon trading market, capitalizing on the new opportunity.
The second thing, which is a much harder thing, is called the New Collective Quantified Goal on Climate Finance. Sorry, it's a big phrase, but that's the official phrase. And all it means is what will rich countries contribute towards helping poor countries reduce emissions, adapt to the warming that's already been caused. Because without that money, those countries could not develop as much renewable energy and might end up fossil fuels, which will exacerbate the problem. And the number, which is going to be in the hundreds of billions of dollars, or trillions of dollars, is what is at the heart of the contention over the 2-week period.
Well, how do they decide how much responsibility each country has to shoulder?
There is no simple math here. It's not like you put out a ton of emissions, so you are going to have to pay so much money. It is very much the hard work of diplomacy. You look at the science, you say clearly rich countries have done the most. Now you should start to show how you can help poor countries manage that. Rich countries will say, look, we are having problems back at home. There's a cost of living crisis. Whatever the reasons might be, those countries will have to make those excuses, and then there will be a fight. And that fight actually happens in like really boring text, legal text, but boring text for, poets or literature readers, but very important text. And the final thing is, this is a very weird experiment because the COP process only works by consensus. That means all countries, not a single country can disagree. All countries have to agree. Only then you get a deal at the end.
What about the private sector? How much of the responsibility will they take on?
The private sector is not directly involved in these negotiations. It's very much a UN process. But because the energy transition and all these climate goals is trillions of dollars of investments annually, there is no way that happens without the private sector participating. That's why at every COP, we get not just government ministers, but also company CEOs coming. I spoke to the CEO of Exxon earlier this week, and he very much made the case that the US should remain in the Paris Agreement, that Donald Trump should keep the Inflation Reduction Act, because for companies, it is really important that the policies that governments set are stable, are acceptable, and they have business certainty to go down this energy transition. So private sector doesn't play a direct role, but it plays a central role in delivering the goals. The interaction between the two is always fascinating to watch.
Just how much money is needed to address climate change? Is that a number you can share and quantify?
Yes, that number has been quantified, and there are estimates of various kinds. So something like $3 trillion to $5 trillion is roughly the number that multiple estimates come to. And that is investments all countries have to make towards just reducing emissions. And today we make about $2 trillion of that investment in clean energy. But there's a second aspect to spending money, which is adapting to the warming that's already been caused. There's already heat waves of extreme nature happening. There is sea level rise happening. We've seen floods in places like Spain very recently. There are droughts in other regions, and those all have money figures attached from the impacts. But there could be projects you could build, like managing the flow of a river or a seawall, that would allow you to avoid the impacts coming your way. And that number can be in the hundreds of billions of dollars every year. So all of it is a large sum, but it is always worth remembering, if we don't spend this money now, we will have to spend even greater sums dealing with climate impacts.
After the break, the Trump question. How the U.S.'s president-elect could get in the way of global climate progress at future COPs and beyond.
This is Tom Keene.
I'm Carol Masser.
And I'm Joe Matthew, and we want to tell you about Bloomberg News Now.
It's news when you want it on your schedule.
Subscribe to Bloomberg News Now on Apple, Spotify, or any podcast platform.
These are short audio reports, 5 minutes or less, that bring you the latest headlines with context 24 hours a day.
Listen for just a few minutes to stay on top of the latest news from around the world.
Get it on your smartphone. Subscribe to Bloomberg News Now
on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
At COP29 in Azerbaijan this week, Bloomberg senior climate reporter Akshat Rathi has been reporting on how negotiations over the future of climate financing are going. But halfway through the 10-day conference, there are still a lot of unknowns. One of the biggest is how the U.S. presidential election might influence things. So, Akshat, there's still this big shadow hanging over COP, and that is Donald Trump. Can you tell us more about how his leadership of the U.S. might impact the country's participation in future COPs and in meeting these eventual commitments?
In the past, Donald Trump pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Agreement, but he wasn't able to do very much with it because there was a delay baked in. By the time he left, Joe Biden had been elected. This time around, when Donald Trump decides the U.S. is leaving, it'll take 1 year for the U.S. to leave. And then the U.S. cannot directly participate in negotiations and influence the outcomes until perhaps a future president wants to join. The other thing that Donald Trump can do is start to squeeze sources of finance that go towards climate, both domestically through things like cutting down financing for clean energy through the Inflation Reduction Act, for example, or globally through multilateral development banks, where the US is the largest shareholder, and it could give a mandate to these banks that they cannot anymore invest in climate. He could also take money away from the UN system, which is something he has attempted to do in the past. And the United Nations is a very important body, but it only works because all countries put in their contribution towards it, and the US contributes almost a fifth of its budget. There is also a risk that Trump might pull the US out of the underlying climate treaty altogether.
Part of the point of COP is that all of these countries come together and have this shared commitment. If the world's largest economy down the line is no longer interested in fighting climate change, and if the US will no longer be a leader on this, where does that leave global efforts like COP?
Look, there is no way to say it is a good thing. The US has a responsibility as the world's largest historical emitter and as the current second largest emitter. If the US doesn't meet its responsibility, other countries will feel like they might get a free pass. But then you look at what happened when the US pulled out of the Paris Agreement the first time. No other country left. And that's because the energy transition is one that is better when done collaboratively.
It's also because more countries are looking at the energy transition as a good investment.
The price of clean energy has come down. The desire for countries to create competitive industries that would build electric cars or solar panels has grown. And so the US leaving, as Ali Zaidi, who's the national climate advisor to President Biden, told us, the US will actually fall behind countries like China and India in the very technologies of the 21st century. And that could actually be economic harm to the US.
It would be economic malpractice to put us back in the position we were 4 years ago, where we're in a massive deficit in the leadership of these technologies.
And so right now, we don't hear as if any other country is following the footsteps that the US might be about to take. But there is a risk that once the largest economy leaves, somebody might join the leaving party.
Akshat says that even at this tenuous moment for COP and for the planet, there are some things bringing climate activists hope.
Well, the biggest hope comes from China, which is a weird thing to think about because China is currently the largest emitter of greenhouse gas emissions, has the most coal power plants in the world, and produces almost 30% of planet warming emissions. And yet, it is also the country that is deploying more clean energy than the rest of the world combined. But I also get hope from other countries like India and Brazil and even Kenya, smaller economies that see the potential for building clean energy as the route to prosperity, not just because it will help reduce climate change, but also because they will find ways to turn that clean energy into economic growth.
साइड पे कह रहे हो, सेलिंग साइड का तो हो गया ऑलरेडी 239, बाइंग साइड पे कह रहे हो तो ये दो डिवाइड कर सकते हो 244 एंड 249. मार्केट भी ओपन हो गया गाइस, ध्यान रखना करंट कैंडल यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग की कैंडल है, थोड़ा बहुत वॉलेटाइल मार्केट कैंडल स्पेशली फॉर्म हो सकती है. क्रूड ऑयल निकल तो गया एफईजी के ऊपर, लेट्स सी डायरेक्टली जाता है, हल्का सा पुल बैक देके जाता है, फाइनल टारगेट ऊपर ही है, रीच करता है तो फिर वहाँ सेलिंग का प्लान रखना थोड़ा सा. बाकी अगर ये पुल बैक दे दे तो वेल एंड गुड, फिर मार्केट थोड़ा सा एक ट्रेंड में 15 मिनट में कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा. बाकी नेचुरल गैस का भी बाइंग में साइड में ये 244 एंड देन अगर इसके ऊपर सस्टेन करता है तो यहाँ तक, ये बीच में इस लाइन को ऐसे हटा दो, अगर चाहो तो यहाँ पर एक एफईजी है उसको कंसिडर करना. छोटा सा एफईजी है, दैट इज द लेवल. निकलता है इस एफईजी के ऊपर तो फाइनल टारगेट तक ऊपर तक जाएगा, नहीं तो फिर ये भी यहीं से रिजेक्शन ले सकता है वापस. जो लोग बाइंग में हैं डिवाइड कर सकते हैं टारगेट को. लोग बाइंग में ध्यान रखना, ये एफईजी के ऊपर निकलेगा तभी और ऊपर जाएगा, नहीं तो इससे ज़्यादा मूव करेगा नहीं प्राइस। बाकी जो लोग सेलिंग में होंगे आई होप निकल गए होंगे। बाकी नीचे और आता है तो फिर से ट्राई कर सकते हैं। एंड नीचे भी एक सपोर्ट है प्राइस के पास वैसे तो, सो अगर ये नीचे वाले पर आ जाए तो और वेल एंड गुड है। बाकी करंट कैंडल यूएस मार्केट की है तो थोड़ी वॉलेटिलिटी हम एक्सपेक्ट जरूर करेंगे। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल ऑलमोस्ट टारगेट जोन पे जाने ही वाला है। यूएस मार्केट ओपन हुआ है, कोई न्यूज़ तो नहीं है, देख लो, ऐसा लग रहा है शायद कोई न्यूज़ आ गई है। बायस निकल जाना, फिर ऊपर से सेलर सेंटर करना क्रूड ऑयल में। Silver and gold. Let's see the silver and gold. गोल्ड तो आई थिंक रेजिस्टेंस पर पहुंच गया है. यूएस मार्केट ओपन हुआ है, देखना थोड़ा सा कोई न्यूज़ वगैरह ना आई हो, मार्केट सडनली मूव किया अप साइड पे. मार्केट ओपन हो गया ऑलरेडी, यूएस मार्केट ऑलरेडी ओपन. मैं वही देख रहा हूँ, कोई न्यूज़ तो नहीं है, देखना पड़ेगा, कुछ दिखा तो नहीं रहा फिलहाल के लिए. आएगी भी तो न्यूज़ बाद में पता चलेगा. कल का टारगेट हो गया गाइस, बायर्स एग्जिट कर लेना. बायर्स एग्जिट कर लो, चला गया फाइनल टारगेट तक. या श्योर. इसमें भी फर्स्ट टारगेट हो गया. हाँ, प्रॉफिट बुक कर लो, देन ट्रेल. अगर ये निकला एफयूजी के ऊपर तो सेकंड टारगेट तक जाएगा, नहीं निकलता है तो फिर यहीं से रिजेक्शन मिल जाएगा प्राइस को. टारगेट हो चुका है नेचुरल गैस का भी, बुक कर सकते हो. ये टारगेट थोड़ा बड़ा है, 6 पॉइंट मूव हो चुका है. फाइनल टारगेट देगा तो अराउंड 10 to 12 पॉइंट मूव कर जाएगा. यहाँ से क्रूड ऑयल में सेलिंग का प्लान कर सकते हो. रेंज थोड़ा सा बड़ा है तो हायर लेवल पे आया तो और सेल करना, लोअर एंड पे क्वांटिटी थोड़ी कम रखना. नीचे टारगेट एफयूजी तक ही रहेगा. लेट एंट्री मत करना बस. बाकी बायस निकल सकते हैं. अच्छा मूव आ चुका है ऑलमोस्ट 150 पॉइंट. मुझे लगता लग नहीं रहा था डायरेक्टली चला जाएगा. आई एम थिंकिंग कि ब्रेकआउट करेगा, फिर पुल बैक आएगा, फिर जाएगा, बट यूएस मार्केट सीधा ही लेके चला गया इसको. Okay, US market कैंडल क्लोज गाइस. क्रूड ऑयल बायर्स आई होप निकल गए होंगे. फिर से किसी को सेल करना है तो फिर से लेवल पे आता है, फिर से सेल कर सकते हो. लोअर एंड पे थोड़ा क्वांटिटी कम रखना. एसएल थोड़ा सा बड़ा है, हायर लेवल पे फिर क्वांटिटी थोड़ी बढ़ा सकते हो. टारगेट नीचे एफईजी तक का ही है. नेचुरल गैस में भी आई होप हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लिया होगा. एफईजी पर रुक रहा है, पुल बैक आ सकता है. एफईजी के ऊपर कैंडल क्लोज हो जाती है प्रॉपरली तो देयर चांसेस कि वो फाइनल टारगेट तक जाएगा उस केस में. तो एटलीस्ट हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करो. 6 पॉइंट मूव कर चुका है. एक्सपेक्टेड रहेगा फाइनल टारगेट इस जोन के आसपास अगर अपसाइड निकलता है तो. जाएगी तो न्यूज़ पे भी ध्यान रखना. गोल्ड वही रेजिस्टेंस पर ही बना हुआ है सर. गोल्ड का बता चुका हूँ. गोल्ड और सिल्वर बता चुका हूँ, रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है दोनों. गोल्ड अपने रेजिस्टेंस पे ही रुका हुआ है. दो तरह से सेल कर सकते हो, डायरेक्ट सेल कर सकते हो या फिर कोई कैंडल बनेगी उसका लो ब्रेक होगा तो सेल कर सकते हो. यूएस मार्केट ओपन हो चुका है, थोड़ा एसएल बड़ा है तो इसलिए ध्यान रखना. टारगेट नीचे का ही दिख रहा है, इसके अलावा और कोई टारगेट यहाँ पर है नहीं. 2591 या एफईजी के नीचे क्लोज कर गया तो फिर 2564. बाकी कोई न्यूज आएगी तो वी विल सी दैट. क्रूड ऑयल में ये नेक्स्ट मंथ का फ्यूचर का चार्ट है, डोंट बी कंफ्यूज्ड. कौन है जो कह रहे हैं हितेश जी? व्हाट्सएप में ऐड कैसे करूं सर आपको? ऐसा कोई ग्रुप नहीं है. आप यहाँ से ऐड हो सकते हैं. 1 सेकेंड. ठीक है, यहाँ से ज्वाइन हो सकते हैं. एफईजी कैसे बनता है रवि सूर्यवंशी जी? एफईजी आप 3 कंसेक्यूटिव कैंडल्स के बीच में अगर गैप रहता है तो उसको एफईजी कहते हैं. ठीक है. लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस. डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. एटी लाइक्स हो चुके हैं. डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को लाइक भी करते रहो. नहीं आ रही है, वॉइस आ रही होगी, आई होप सो नाउ. न्यूज़ कोई नहीं है. G20 मीटिंग स्टार्ट हो गई होगी शायद, आई थिंक. उसके अलावा देखोगे देयर इज नो सच एनी मेजर न्यूज़ रिगार्डिंग द वॉर. The Sea Leon, a submarine communication cable which runs through the Baltic Sea between Helsinki, Finland and the German port city has been broken, with the cause currently being investigated by the Finnish data provider, China and European authority. Clean air authorities. कोई मेजर न्यूज़ तो नहीं है. बाकी कल भी शायद कोई खास डेटा है नहीं. कल ट्यूसडे है ना, 19. कल देखोगे ओके, G20 एंड देन बिल्डिंग परमिट का डेटा है, थोड़ा बहुत इम्पैक्ट करेगा गोल्ड सिल्वर को. आज और कोई डेटा नहीं है. 2019, 2024.
To World War III than we are today under Joe Biden. A global conflict between nuclear armed powers would mean death and destruction on a scale unmatched in human history. It would be nuclear Armageddon. Nothing is more important than avoiding that nightmare. We will avoid it, but we need new leadership. Every day this proxy battle in Ukraine continues, we risk global war. We must be absolutely clear that our objective is to immediately have a total cessation of hostilities. All shooting has to stop. This is the central issue. We need peace without delay. In addition, there must also be a complete commitment to dismantling the entire globalist neocon establishment that is perpetually dragging us into endless wars, pretending to fight for freedom and democracy abroad, while they turn us into a third world country and a third world dictatorship right here at home. The State Department, the defense bureaucracy, the intelligence services, and all of the rest need to be completely overhauled and reconstituted to fire the deep staters and put America first. We have to put America first. Finally, we have to finish the process we began under my administration of fundamentally reevaluating NATO's purpose and NATO's mission. Our foreign policy establishment keeps trying to pull the world into conflict with a nuclear-armed Russia based on the lie that Russia represents our greatest threat. But the greatest threat to Western civilization today is not Russia. It's probably, more than anything else, ourselves and some of the horrible USA-hating people that represent us. It's the abolition of our national borders. It's the fair
degraded by postmodern, the oppression of postmodern architecture, which is designed to demoralize and hurt you and destroy your.
We have never been closer to World War III than we are today under Joe Biden.
कुछ इम्पैक्ट होता है वॉर का तो क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस और मूव कर सकता है अपसाइड की ओर, ध्यान रखना। ये वैसे ही फ्यूल हो रखा है उस वजह से। Look at the current candle, open equal to low. Moscow warns the US over allowing Ukraine to hit Russian soil with longer range weapon. बिल्कुल, अगर ऐसा होता है तो बिल्कुल क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस और जंप कर सकते हैं उस केस में। देखो न्यूज़ बेस अगर कुछ बड़ा हो गया, अभी तक तो कुछ नहीं लग रहा था, ऐसा लग रहा था वॉर भी ख़त्म हो सकती है, बट जो बाइडन लगता है जाने से पहले कुछ बड़ा करके ही छोड़ेंगे। लेट्स सी अगर ये और ऊपर गया, इन केस कहाँ तक और जा सकता है। बट ये क्या हो रहा है, छोटा वॉल्यूम ही नहीं है। ओके, अगर और ऊपर गया तो फिर 5934 एक लेवल ये देखने के लिए मिल सकता है। ठीक है, लास्ट स्विंग यहाँ पर है, ये एक एरिया यहाँ तक, फिर उस केस में मार्केट जाने की कोशिश करेगा। एंड अगर इसके ऊपर और निकलता है तो फिर 6040 to 6000 का लेवल सेकंड आता हुआ दिखेगा। लास्ट टाइम वहीं से मार्केट ने स्विंग क्रिएट किया है। यहाँ वॉल्यूम कम है इस चार्ट में, तो आई थिंक मुझे लग रहा है शायद दूसरा चार्ट थोड़ा सा बेटर परफॉर्म करेगा इसमें। काफ़ी क्रूशियल लेवल है प्राइस के लिए। नेचुरल गैस में हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करना, जो सेकंड टारगेट का वेट कर रहे हैं। ये टारगेट थोड़ा सा बड़ा है 11 पॉइंट। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल में डायरेक्टली अप की बात सेल मत करना। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो है करंट, दूसरी कैंडल बनेगी तो उस पर कर सकते हैं। ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे डायरेक्टली सेल नहीं करते। चेक सिल्वर भी, सिल्वर और गोल्ड। गोल्ड तो रेजिस्टेंस पे रुका हुआ है, सिल्वर अपने रेजिस्टेंस के अपर बैंड पे पहुंचा है। एक और रेजिस्टेंस है साथ में वहां पर। Where is the silver? Okay. That is the last resistance area। आना होगा तो यहीं से गिर जानी चाहिए दोनों, गोल्ड सिल्वर। नहीं तो फिर अगर ये ब्रेकआउट करते हैं तो ऊपर जाएंगे। अगर 31.29 के ऊपर ब्रेकआउट किया, ब्रेकआउट रिटेस्ट बाई कर लेना। सेलिंग दो तरीके से कर सकते हो, डायरेक्टली कर सकते हो या फिर कोई कैंडल इस लेवल को हिट करेगी उसके नीचे कर सकते हो, उसी के कैंडल के हाई का एसएल रख के। Even likes हो चुके हैं। Come on guys, 100 likes का टारगेट। Don't forget to like the stream. एक एफईजी है शायद यहाँ पर 30.91 के अप्रॉक्स। दैट इज अ फर्स्ट लेवल। डाउन आता है तो जहाँ पर रुकेगा प्राइस। ठीक है, डायरेक्टली सेल करनी है, थोड़ी क्वांटिटी कम रख लेना। अगर डायरेक्टली सेल नहीं करना है तो कोई कैंडल लेवल को हिट करके लेवल के नीचे क्लोज करती है, उसका लो ब्रेक होता है तो सेल कर सकते हो उसी कैंडल के हाई कैसल के साथ। ये दोनों तरीके से यूज कर सकते हो। ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे सेल मत करना बस। सेम गोल्ड का भी है, अगर ये निकल गया ऊपर 2616 तो ब्रेकआउट ही हो जाएगा। क्रूड ऑयल में भी देखो दो तरीके से सेल कर सकते हो, या तो डायरेक्टली कर सकते हो या फिर कोई भी कैंडल किसी भी कलर की बने और नेक्स्ट कैंडल उसका लो ब्रेक करे तो उस पर सेल कर सकते हो। डायरेक्टली ब्रेक करना चाहिए बट वो कैंडल लेवल को हिट किया होना चाहिए। मान लो जैसे ये कैंडल है, नेक्स्ट कैंडल इसका लो ब्रेक करे, सेल कर दो इसी के हाई के एसएल के साथ। बाकी डायरेक्ट कर रहे हो तो थोड़ा सा एसएल बड़ा है, ध्यान रखना, ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे सेल नहीं करते हैं। और 1 2 3 टाइम $55 likes are done. Come on guys, 100 is the target. कोई न्यूज हो तो फोकस में रखना, स्पेशली रसिया से अगर कुछ न्यूज आती है रिगार्डिंग द वॉर। यूएस मार्केट भी देखोगे, एस&पी 500 काफ़ी अच्छा फॉल कर गया, ऑलमोस्ट मोर देन 1%। अब यूएस टेस्ला को देखोगे, ऑलमोस्ट मोर देन 7% इंट्राडे पे मूव किया है, 7% टेस्ला स्टॉक। बाकी भी हैं स्टॉक कुछ, बट टेस्ला ऑलमोस्ट मोर देन 7% जंप कर चुका है।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. A new trading week is underway with stocks on a bit of shaky ground. That is the sound of the opening bell from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. And at the open, the S&P 500 is little change to the upside, trading around 5870. The Dow Jones Industrial Average opens about 0.1% lower at about 43,400. And the NASDAQ Composite is higher by 0.2%. The 10-year Treasury yield is up about a basis point to 4.45%. So some of the post-election rally is starting to unravel a bit, and President-elect Donald Trump's decision on who will lead his economic team is running into uncertainty. Bloomberg's Laura Davison has the latest on the search for a Treasury Secretary from Washington.
The discussions, instead of getting narrower, have been getting more expansive. Trump has been frustrated by some of the jockeying that we've seen between some of the who were the leading contenders last week, folks like Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, and he's asked his advisors to, present some other alternatives. So we've seen other folks like Bill Hagerty, Senator Bill Hagerty, come into the mix, Apollo CEO Mark Rowan, and some of these other names as Trump is trying to figure out, who he wants to come to the fore.
Bloomberg's Laura Davison in Washington, and Axios is reporting the president-elect plans to meet this week with Apollo CEO Mark Rowan and former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh, who is also said to be in the mix. President Biden has arrived at his final G20 Leaders Summit in Brazil, making a last-ditch push for Ukraine. The U.S. is now allowing Kyiv to use long-range missiles to strike deep into Russian territory. Deputy National Security Advisor Jonathan Feiner says it's because Russia's got North Korean troops on the front lines.
If there are circumstances that evolve and change, we will evolve and change to meet them and to allow the Ukrainians to continue to defend their territory and their sovereignty.
But Bloomberg's David Gura reports Ukraine's allies are now pressuring President Volodymyr Zelensky to find new ways to the negotiating table with Russia's President Vladimir Putin. Gura is in Rio de Janeiro with more.
There is a growing group of international leaders who are kind of coming to the idea that this has to be settled soon at the negotiating table. Of course, the U.S. is doing all that it can. President Biden's administration is doing all that it can to make sure that Ukraine has as many weapons and support as it could before Donald Trump takes over.
Bloomberg's David Gura at the G20 in Rio. This morning, Chinese President Xi Jinping met on the sidelines with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The British leader raised eyebrows by bringing up human rights in Taiwan. That led Chinese officials to push journalists out of the room. Back on Wall Street, markets are dialing back bets that the Fed will cut rates on signs the economy is holding up. But former St. Louis Fed President James Bullard says the central bank's in good shape for next month's decision.
If it was me, I think they could make one more move here in December, and then that would put them at 4 3/8. And then there'll be a debate about where neutral is. But if you thought the median of the committee thinks neutral is maybe 3%, then you have to have maybe 100 basis points on top of that, or 125 even, because inflation isn't all the way back down to target.
James Bullard, now dean of the Purdue University Business School, was a guest on Bloomberg Surveillance. Shares of Tesla are up about 6% at the open. Bloomberg News is reporting the Trump administration plans to make a federal framework for full self-driving vehicles a top priority. Bloomberg's Craig Trudell reports it's a boon for Tesla CEO Elon Musk.
This was something that he was extremely explicit about a few weeks ago on Tesla's last earnings call, this idea that he wanted a national framework for approving autonomous vehicles, and that is precisely what we're hearing from sources that the Trump transition team is looking for in a transportation department secretary, someone who's going to prioritize that pursuit.
Bloomberg's Craig Trudell reports Trump is considering former Uber executive Emil Michael for the role. NVIDIA shares are down about 2% at the open on a report that's stoking delay concerns around its next-generation Blackwell chips. We get more from Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel.
This is a report from The Information saying NVIDIA asked suppliers to change the design of its server rack for its new Blackwell chips because of overheating problems. The changes to the chip came late in the production process, but the chip giant hasn't told customers of any delay in the chips.
Bloomberg's Val Teitel. NVIDIA reports earnings on Wednesday, and Netflix shares are lower by 1.5% at the open. The streaming giant snagged Beyoncé for the halftime show when her hometown Houston Texans host the Baltimore Ravens on Christmas Day. But a glitchy Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight on Netflix may still be weighing on the shares. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
We just lived through a truly wild presidential race, pitting a Democrat who wasn't on the ballot until
Are you looking for a new podcast about stuff related to money?
Well, today's your lucky day.
I'm Matt Levine.
And I'm Katie Greifeld.
And we are the hosts of Money Stuff, the podcast. Every Friday, we dive into the top stories about Wall Street, finance, and other stuff.
We have fun, we get weird, and we want you to join us.
You can listen to Money Stuff, the podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Audio Studios.
Podcasts, radio, news.
The world's most important climate conference kicked off this week in Baku, Azerbaijan. And this year, it's all about money.
To go from the system that we have today to a less carbon-intensive system is going to require money, and it's going to be more expensive.
You can't achieve anything if you don't have financing.
There is a wall of money there, but we just need to find a way of deploying it.
That was Darren Woods, the CEO of Exxon, NGO lawyer Jacinda Njike, and former UK Minister Alok Sharma. They're just a few of over 50,000 people attending this year's UN climate conference, called COP. It's an annual meeting where delegates from nearly 200 countries come together to address one of the most urgent issues of our time: climate change. At last year's COP, members laid the groundwork to transition away from fossil fuels and to reach net zero by 2050. So this year, they need to decide who's going to pay for that transition.
It's labeled the Finance COP.
Akshat Rathi is a senior climate reporter for Bloomberg and the host of the Zero podcast. This is the fourth COP he's attended. But Akshat says the stakes of this year's talks feel even higher than usual. And that's not just because we're set to blow past the 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature rise target outlined in the Paris Agreement, or because 2024 is set to be the hottest year on record, or because the financial commitment needed to decarbonize could be as much as trillions of dollars. It's because on top of all that,
there is a Trump cloud somewhere in the sky all the time during these negotiations.
Trump has been an antagonist to environmental efforts. During his first term, he pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accords, and he's made no secret about his feelings on fossil fuels.
We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia.
It's this kind of rhetoric that has delegates concerned and wondering what a second Trump presidency means for the U.S.'s commitment to climate goals and to the Earth's future. This is The Big Take from Bloomberg News. I'm Sarah Holder. Today on the show, inside COP29 after a Trump win, how the world will calculate the cost of fighting climate change, and decide who's footing the bill. Akshat Rathi has been on the ground in Baku since COP29 kicked off there earlier this week. He's trying to get the pulse on how negotiations over climate financing are going and how global tensions are influencing the talks. So he's speaking to people there, from vegan activists.
And we are here to promote veganism because this is the solution for global warming.
Your Excellencies.
To Mukhtar Babayev, the oil executive who's currently the president
क्रूड ऑयल में जो लोग डायरेक्ट सेल करके बैठे हैं थोड़ा संभल के हम एसएल स्ट्रिक्ट रखना। बाकी किसी को अगर डायरेक्ट सेल नहीं करना है, मैं पहले बता चुका हूँ, कोई भी कैंडल जो इस लेवल को हिट करेगी और उसका नेक्स्ट कैंडल उसका लो ब्रेक करेगा तब एंट्री कर सकते हो उसी कैंडल के हाई के एसएल के साथ। ये भी एक एंट्री का तरीका है। बाकी नेचुरल गैस में देखो निकलना है तो निकल भी सकते हो, अटक गया ये लग रहा है मुझे। गैस व्यू इंट्राडे वॉलेटाइल साइडवेज कह सकते हो, दोनों ही साइड मूव कर गया अब तो ये।
Issues facing the U.S. economy through the medium of this humble bird. Examine.
Donald Trump loves to talk about making government more efficient.
When I am president, this whole rotten system will be ripped out. There won't be anything left.
Something that no other president in the 20th century has managed to do. He's even this time around got a friend to help him, which is Elon Musk. Trump's hopes for this to succeed run headlong into the historical record. So the modern story of trying to trim the size of the federal government really begins with President Teddy Roosevelt. He became rather obsessed with the idea of imposing order on what was, frankly, a pretty wild and woolly federal government, one that was very disorganized, very inefficient. He even decided that in order to tame it, he needed to do something unthinkable, which was to create a government bureaucracy to tame the bureaucracy. In his case, that was the Committee on Departmental Methods, and it tried to impose order and reduce the size of the federal bureaucracy. Roosevelt, though, quickly found that any effort to reform something oftentimes creates its own bureaucracies and its own apparatchiks and its own stakeholders who oftentimes won't work happily with others. When Republicans, and particularly any kind of conservative critic of the federal government, thinks about when government grew, they think about when Herbert Hoover lost and FDR created the New Deal and the federal government grew. Herbert Hoover had a second life after losing the presidency. President Harry Truman appointed Hoover to run a commission named the Hoover Commission that was going to address government waste. This particular effort may have been the most successful effort ever. However, if you think carefully about what was going on here, this is why Donald Trump's plans may go awry. This was a bipartisan effort between Harry Truman and then Herbert Hoover, who was an arch Republican. The two men were actually able to work together and produce some reasonable, modest reforms. Again, while it didn't reduce the size of the federal government that significantly at all, did make it more efficient. The loss of the Vietnam War, dissatisfaction with a lot of social programs in the late 1960s and 1970s ultimately paved the way for what we call the Reagan Revolution. Ronald Reagan rode into the presidency in 1980 and 1981, promising to slash the size of the federal government.
There's very little that government can do as efficiently and as economically as the people can do themselves. And if government would shut the doors and sneak away for about 3 weeks, we'd never miss them.
In many ways, Trump is channeling the spirit of Ronald Reagan in the early 1980s. You know, another lesson of history to be drawn here, and it's a particular lesson from Reagan's presidency, is that it is sometimes possible to remove things from the purview of the federal government, but more often than not, it simply ends up on the backs of the individual states and the state governments. And so it's kind of questionable whether government was eliminated or just simply moved around. These are not easy to understand institutions, and they wield enormous influence, much of it protective, over Americans' lives. Ultimately, it's hard to escape the conclusion that if you really want to trim the federal government, you got to do it in a bipartisan, very deliberate, careful fashion, and rely on people who actually know the bureaucracies that they're trying to trim, versus just simply throwing things out in the dumpster and hoping that nothing goes horribly wrong. Because if you do that, it will go wrong.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. We'll start with some news on the economy. U.S. home builder confidence has hit a 7-month high on the National Association of Home Builders Wells Fargo Index. It's up 3 points this month to 46. That's on renewed sales expectations and hopes the incoming Trump administration will ease regulatory burdens on the housing market. President-elect Trump's rapid-fire plans to fill his cabinet have hit a snag when it comes to naming a Treasury secretary. Axios is reporting he plans to meet this week with Apollo Global Management CEO Mark Rowan and former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh. They are two of the names that have come to the surface now that the apparent frontrunners have run into snags. We get more from Bloomberg's Kevin Whitelaw.
It seemed that it had come down to two candidates, Howard Lutnick, the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, and Scott Bessent. These were both people that seemed to be in the running, but they kind of got into it a little bit publicly, sort of campaigning for the job, and that seemed to annoy Donald Trump, who doesn't particularly like people sort of to be jockeying publicly for his attention in quite that way.
Bloomberg's Kevin Whitelaw, but a big name on Wall Street, Kyle Bass, is backing Key Square Group founder Scott Bessent.
Scott looks at the world, with a 4D chess overlay, meaning he understands geopolitics, he understands people, he understands exactly what investment flows and economic flows matter and don't matter.
Heyman Capital Management founder Kyle Bass was on Bloomberg Surveillance this morning. Over the weekend, Elon Musk endorsed Cantor Fitzgerald CEO Howard Lutnick for the job. President-elect Trump is confirming he plans to declare a national emergency on border security and use the U.S. military to carry out his plans for a mass deportation of undocumented migrants. The incoming president replied true to a post on his Truth Social platform from a conservative activist who said Trump was prepared to make those moves. And multiple outlets are reporting the House Ethics Committee plans to meet Wednesday and potentially vote on releasing its report into Attorney General designate Matt Gaetz. The former Florida congressman resigned his seat last week after President-elect Trump announced his cabinet nomination. The ethics panel had planned to meet last Friday, but that was abruptly canceled. President Biden is urging fellow G20 leaders to continue supporting Ukraine's sovereignty. The president is at his final G20 summit in Rio de Janeiro with the Russia war top of mind. Bloomberg's David Gura is there as well.
You look at kind of the balance of power here on the ground in Rio as all of this unfolds, and the folks that people really do want to meet with are President Xi, who is in town as well, and Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, who's here, kind of a newer face on the international scene, and you look at his schedule, or he's likely to meet with many more people. So President Biden is here, kind of re-emphasizing the importance, as he sees it, of multilateralism, of having events like this one, of the United States' leadership role in the world.
Bloomberg's David Gura in Rio, where the G20's already watered down the language in its communique. A final draft seen by Bloomberg News welcomes, quote, all relevant and constructive initiatives that support a comprehensive, just, and durable peace, end quote, based on the UN Charter. Back on Wall Street, stocks are moving mostly higher, with Tesla leading the way. Those shares are up 8%, with Bloomberg News reporting the Trump transition is talking about making a full self-driving framework a top priority for the next transportation department, a move that would directly benefit Tesla CEO Elon Musk, as we hear from Bloomberg Detroit Bureau Chief David Welch.
We don't know exactly what the Trump team wants to put in place, and honestly, they may not know at this point. We just know that it's a priority as they look to name a new Department of Transportation secretary. And that's in the works right now, expected maybe this week or next.
Bloomberg's David Welch in Detroit. CVS shares are moving higher by 4%. The struggling drugstore chain has added 4 new members to its board, including activist Glenview Capital Management founder Larry Robbins. Bloomberg's Valerie Titel has more.
It's the latest major move from CVS to reset its standing with investors. The stock has fallen about 34% since the start of the year. It also coincides with the stock being upgraded at Wells Fargo.
Bloomberg's Val Titel reporting. And Supermicro Computer shares are higher by 8% as well. The server maker is facing a deadline of today to submit a report on how it plans to stay listed on the NASDAQ exchange. The NASDAQ composite right now is higher by about 0.7%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is 0.2% lower, while the S&P 500 is up 0.3%, getting close to 5,900 again. Bitcoin is up nearly 2%, getting close to $91,000. And that's news when you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
टीवीसी वाला यूएस ऑयल नहीं चल रहा है क्या आपका भी? टीवीसी वाला देख लेते हैं एक बार। बहुत स्लो मूव आ रहा है, चल तो रहा है, स्लो मूव है काफी। वाला तो चल रहा है। टीवीसी वाला भी नहीं, टीवीसी वाला नहीं चल रहा है, बिल्कुल नहीं चल रहा है। इसमें कुछ प्रॉब्लम आई है चार्ट में, डाटा इशू है। नो रियल टाइम डेटा, आर इंजीनियर्स आर ऑलरेडी इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग द प्रॉब्लम। ट्रेडिंग व्यू की ओर से कुछ प्रॉब्लम आ रही है। देयर इज अ प्रॉब्लम फ्रॉम द ट्रेडिंग व्यू। एफएक्स ओपन का यूज कर लो, वो चल रहा है प्रॉपरली। एंड एमसीएक्स का भी प्रॉपरली चल ही रहा है। उस कैंडल ने नया एफईजी बना दिया। करंट कैंडल की बात कर रहे हो? South Korea is strongly confident US alliance with thrive under Trump. यहाँ पे एफईजी बना हुआ है। Okay, what is going on? वहाँ पर भी एक एफईजी है, बनाया है, बिल्कुल बनाया है। इस एफईजी की बात कर रहे हो ना, दिस वन। और साथ ही साथ यहाँ पर भी एक एफईजी है। नेचुरल गैस भी लुक्स लाइक साइडवेज जैसा हो गया ऑलमोस्ट। दोनों साइड मूव किया, देन साइडवेज। और अपने रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से थोड़ा बहुत रेजिस्टेंस लिया है। लेट्स सी डाउन आता है क्या। प्रॉफिट बुकिंग थोड़ी बहुत। ऑलमोस्ट साइडवेज हो चुका है, ऑलमोस्ट साइडवेज। सिल्वर वही सेम रेजिस्टेंस पे ही रुका है, थोड़ा बहुत ही गिरा, बस ज्यादा नहीं। होल्डिंग द रेजिस्टेंस एरिया, अभी भी होल्ड किया हुआ है। लुक्स लाइक क्रूड ऑयल ऊपर ही जाएगा आज। किसने डायरेक्टली सेल किया, एसएल स्ट्रिक्ट रखना, ठीक है, एसएल जाएगा तो निकलना भी है। बाकी अगर कोई डायरेक्ट एंट्री नहीं किया है या फिर करना चाह रहा है तो कोई भी कैंडल यहाँ पर बने और नेक्स्ट कैंडल उसका लो डायरेक्टली ब्रेक करे तो उस केस में डायरेक्ट एंट्री ले सकते हैं उसी कैंडल के हाई के एसएल के साथ। अभी तक ऐसा कहीं पर हुआ नहीं है। मान लो यही कैंडल है, नेक्स्ट कैंडल इसका लो ब्रेक कर दे या फिर ये सेम कैंडल प्रीवियस कैंडल का लो ब्रेक कर दे, एनीथिंग लाइक दैट। बाकी नेचुरल गैस साइडवेज है बट लुक्स लाइक, लग तो रहा है टारगेट दे देगा, लेट्स होप। WTI crude oil jumps on Norway oil field shutdown. करते रहो गाइस, 90 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, 9:30 हो गया। वॉल्यूम देख लेना, थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम डाउन हो जाता है 10:30 के अप्रॉक्स। टेस्ला 8% अपसाइड चला गया, 8%, वाओ। "2025 will see great global growth in markets," strategist, Longview Economics founder, CEO and chief market strategist Chris Potting joins Catalyst to discuss his outlook on the stock market. कल जब तक हैमर का लो ब्रेक नहीं करेगा तब तक मुश्किल है। कोई नहीं, डायरेक्ट अगर एंट्री कर रहे हो तो ध्यान रखना, नहीं तो किसी भी कैंडल के लो के नीचे एंट्री भी करी जा सकती है वैसे। उसमें उसी कैंडल के हाई का एसएल नॉर्मली हम मार्क करके रखते हैं। Rises as geopolitical tension outweighed weak market signals. Oil gained as spring geopolitical tension overhauled bearish signal coming from this. तो जियोपॉलिटिकल इशू की वजह से ही क्रूड ऑयल मूव किया है अब साइड पे। वैसे ओवरऑल देखोगे तो प्राइस सेक्शन तो नेगेटिव ही है। कैंडल अपनी प्रीवियस नेक्स्ट कैंडल उसका लो ब्रेक कर दे बस, वो सबसे बेस्ट एंट्री मिलेगी मुझे लगता है।
Start pretty broad here because we are seeing that post-election rally giving back nearly over half of rally.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me on. I don't think investors should be too surprised we're giving.
We're thinking about this. I'm taking a look at a note from the UBS that's in my inbox right now, and just talking about and addressing some of the gains that were given.
Joining us now to discuss, we've got Adam Turnquist, LPL Financial's Chief Technical Strategist. Adam, it's great to speak with you. So I just want to start pretty broad here because we are seeing that post-election rally giving back nearly over half of its gains.
गोल्ड स्टिल रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, वहां पर भी सेम ही स्ट्रेटजी यूज करना, कोई कैंडल लेवल को हिट लेवल पर ही है एक्चुअली। कोई भी कैंडल अपनी नेक्स्ट प्रीवियस कैंडल का लो ब्रेक कर दे एंट्री कर सकते हो, अगर डायरेक्ट एंट्री करी है तो फिर 261617 का ही एसएल है। स्टिल होल्डिंग, लेट्स सी निकलता है ऊपर या फिर नीचे आता है। भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। 90 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है।
Data center buildouts, that reshoring, nearshoring theme as well. Those should be some pretty good tailwinds for the sector. We like it on the earnings front. The fundamentals look good. Technicals also look good, and we're seeing some relative outperformance there.
I know you also, in your recent notes, talked about the small caps rally being a bit overdone. Do you see opportunity then in mid caps for investors who want to look beyond those large cap names?
It's hard to compete with the big caps right now. And even at the mid cap level, they do look a little bit better than small caps. And there's been a lot of excitement post-election about small caps. Are they finally going to start outperforming? The answer technically is no. They've had fits and starts of this excitement and outperformance that have been really suffocated by the large cap leadership that seems to be reasserting itself. Of course,
for this package of live games. Now, obviously, for Disney, Comcast, that's going to be a broadcast network deal, and then for Amazon Prime Video, that's going to be just streaming. So there will be different avenues for folks to NVIDIA has risen almost 200% just this year, and it's been responsible for about a quarter of the S&P 500's total gains. So how will the company's earnings impact the broader market? Joining us now to discuss, we've got Tom Essay. He is the Sevens Report founder and president. Tom, it's great to have you on this morning. Talk to me about the single biggest thing that you are going to be watching out for heading into this print this week.
Good morning, guys. Thank you so much for having me on. With NVIDIA, we can all expect them to produce sort of, I think, mind-blowing earnings. But really what the market is focused on is that growth rate. So the earnings beats for NVIDIA have been getting smaller in each successive quarter. So they're still beating the number, but they're beating it by less and less and less. And if that continues to decline, if we get, say, a small single-digit earnings beat on the report this week, I think the market will be a bit disappointed by that. And it's all about the guidance. How enthusiastic and how aggressive are they on the guidance? It's all, it's a growth story here. We all know it. It's the future. It's the next big thing. They've got to keep us excited about it via this earnings print.
Tom, when you think about the visibility that people want to hear and investors want to hear from NVIDIA leadership about what they're seeing in their own business-to-business contracts, the relationships that are going to bring them some of these larger purchase orders, and then their ability to work through some of that backlog as well. What do you need to hear to signal that there are several quarters more worth of purchase orders that still have yet to be unlocked?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's all about that just sort of enormous demand, right? Really what investors want to see out of this is that this demand for AI computing power sort of spreading across industries, right? We're going to have the major cloud companies are going to be the largest purchasers, your Microsoft, things like that. But the bigger issue is do they see any slowdown from their user end base, right? Because for AI to be the story that we all, I think, believe and hope it will be, it's got to spread through the economy to where we have companies using it that you wouldn't think are traditional sort of tech-heavy users. It's early in this sort of evolution to see that fully, but we can get hints of it through the demand picture from NVIDIA, and I think that's another thing that investors will be looking for this week.
How much is the rest of the market really relying on NVIDIA here? I saw a stat this morning, the XMAG 7, the S&P 500's profit growth is still hitting at about 2%. Does this market need an NVIDIA win in order to get some of the S&P price targets that we've seen come out here over the weekend?
Yes. Now, look, NVIDIA is not the full market driver that it was, say, earlier in the summer when it was sort of driving the bus, as we say. There's other things going on in the market. But right now, we didn't trade very well last week, and we've given back most of these post-election gains. And we're sort of, there's some Trumpian chaos is sort of descending on the market a little bit, like it does from time to time. Investors want something to get excited about, right? It's close to the year end. Everybody wants the rally to continue. A good NVIDIA print with strong demand, strong guidance would really give a nice positive, and I think would reinvigorate a rally.
I mean, what we were talking about earlier, Tom, a 200% run-up that we've seen just 2024. I mean, is NVIDIA still the name that investors should be getting the most excited about, or are there other areas within the market that perhaps have more growth opportunity that investors can unlock better returns?
I think NVIDIA is still the 800-pound gorilla in the AI space. They're the first mover. They have a huge advantage. Sure, everybody else is trying to build chips, but they're the first mover, right? They seem to have this market. So I think that's the bellwether. As they go, AI sentiment goes, and to a point, tech goes as well.
Tom, let's talk about what's driving the stock down this morning. It's off just nearly down 2% ahead of the market open here. NVIDIA asking suppliers to change their server racks to accommodate for the Blackwell chips that are overheating here. They haven't said that would cause a delay in the Blackwell chip announcement. What do you make of the pressure on the stock heading into earnings? Does that set NVIDIA up better for a pop, or could this news actually be bad news for NVIDIA?
So I think some of it is sort of just pre-earnings selling, right? I mean, we always kind of see this, especially on very well-performing stocks. You see people kind of taking some money off the table into the uncertainty around the print. I think what you're seeing with some of the overheating is, at the end of the day, the stock is still very much priced for perfection, right? And I mean, we can quibble about, okay, maybe it's not on the high ticks or whatever. But look, as you said, this huge gain in 2024, the market is pricing it for perfection. It is not priced for some sort of a production oops, right? And that's going to be kind of the challenge for NVIDIA. Yeah, the market is demanding very strong guidance, but they have to fulfill on the back end too, right? And the longer this sort of AI progression occurs, the more people are going to sort of shift their view and say, look, NVIDIA has to execute on their manufacturing as well. So look, they've got a tough sort of tightrope to walk, but they've done it successfully so far. I think they can do it again.
Tom Essay, founder and president of the Sevens Report. Tom, good to speak with you here pre-market. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Home builder sentiment improved for a third straight month, according to the National Association of Home Builders. Confidence in the market for newly built single-family homes rose 3 points in November to 46. This is according to NAHB Chairman Carl Harris. Builders are expressing increasing confidence that a GOP sweep in Washington will result in regulatory relief for the industry, leading to more construction. Here with more and reaction, we've got Danielle Hale, who is the chief economist over at Realtor.com. Danielle, great to have you back on the program with us. Is it as simple as that, or is there something else that's also going to be to play out within this mix? And what are the anticipation for buyers as well on the other side of the builder's calculus?
Thanks for having me, Brad. Yeah, I think what we've seen recently is that the new segment of the homes for sale market has done relatively well compared to the existing segment. It's been a bit more sluggish as a lot of homeowners are locked into low rate mortgages. And so builders have done a good job, but we've got a big deficit of homes that we haven't built over the last decade. So Realtor.com estimates suggest we're between 2.5 and 7 million homes short over the last decade. So we need to do a lot more building. Builders have routinely cited things like regulation, land shortages, difficulty finding labor as obstacles for building more homes. So maybe if the administration comes in, especially with the benefit of a Congress that is of the same party, we might see a bit of a shakeup and some of these things that have been roadblocks for builders start to move away.
And so with that in mind, are the costs associated with owning a home, do we see that in the high tenor and of course the affordability, do we see that crisis easing a bit?
Yeah, it has been very expensive to buy a home. Interestingly, builders have been able to offer incentives, in some cases reducing the price, in some cases doing things like mortgage rate buy downs, which has in fact softened new home prices even as existing home prices have continued to go up. So it is helping a bit, but underlying all of this, mortgage rates continue to be very close to recent highs. They're very close to 7% again, which does create a headwind for home buyers and also for home sellers. So if we look at the existing side of the market, the higher rates go up, the more locked in people are. The lower rates come down, it's more affordable for buyers and for sellers to consider making a trade instead of staying in their existing home.
Interesting. And what do you think that rate needs to come down to for us to see a wave of demand of potential sellers listing their homes and people who are trying to refinance for that to become a reality?
As we got closer to 6%, we did start to see a little bit more life in the new listings coming to market. Actually, the existing home sales data that we're going to get later this week will also reflect that time period of September when rates were very close to 6%. So we might see a bit of a pickup. We saw a big pickup in pending home sales in the recent data. So I think we'll see, but we do know that 84% of homeowners that have a mortgage right now are locked in at a rate under 6%. So we're going to have to certainly fall below 6% to meaningfully unlock a lot of those homeowners.
Danielle, while we have you, I mean, I'm glad that we're past the election cycle so that we're not arguing about politics as much, and maybe we just go back to arguing about homeowners associations, because this has been remarkable to see the number of homeowners associations and the growth rate of HOAs as well. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, we took a look at listing data and we saw that roughly 48% of homes in October that were for sale had a HOA fee associated with it. And that's up from 40% just 5 years ago. We know that with affordability as stretched as it is, we're seeing more smaller homes. And that is often things like townhouses or condos that are on the market. They are more likely to have homeowners association fees. So that's probably a big part of why we're seeing this increase in those homeowners association fees on the market.
And what type of impact does that also have on just home ownership, as that's something that then potential buyers need to factor into their regular costs?
Yes, absolutely. So, I mean, they still generally pale in comparison to property taxes and other costs. But if you're thinking about buying a home that's in a homeowners association or in a condo, you will want to consider those fees. When you make the purchase, you will often be handed homeowners association or condos association documents to review. And it's worth taking a look at how the financial position of that homeowners association is to make sure that you're considering those other costs that you will likely have to bear in the long run.
Danielle Hale, who is the Realtor.com chief economist, good friend of the show. Thanks so much for taking some time here with us today. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Certainly. Switching gears here, let's do a quick check of the markets as we are taking a look at the Dow Jones Industrial Average. It's flipped positive. It's up right now, fractionally as it may be, 0.07% in the green. And the S&P 500, that's added on to some gains that we started off the day with. It's up by about 0.5%. The NASDAQ Composite, that too, adding on to gains. It's up by about 0.9% right now. We're just under 2 minutes into the start of trade. Let's talk about some money moves that you should be making if you're nearing or in retirement. Here with more, we've got Anthony Sicaro, who is the president of Providence Financial and Insurance Services here. Great to have you back on with us. So you're taking a look at some of the post-election rally, and there was a bit of a slip up towards the end of last week. You've got a lot of potential retirees or people who are trying to figure out, okay, what does this mean in terms of my money management right now? Should I be locking in gains or should I be adding into positions? What's your analysis?
Well, it's no question that the economy has continued to do well, do even better under the Trump election at this point. GDP is in a good place. Inflation's coming down. The Federal Reserve has already lowered rates. And of course, those are all just tailwinds for continued growth through the rest of 2024 and even in 2025. The challenge, though, that I'm worried about is that I don't want retirees to get over their skis. We're in the honeymoon phase. We're in a euphoria right now. And a lot of times when we get into this euphoria and crypto's going up and the stock market's rallying, and, it's very easy to think, well, I should be in. And then let's go take everything and get in the market. The challenge is that the market is still a dangerous place to be. And it can turn and bite you at any point in time. And so the reality is, if you get out over your skis and we have another major market crash, like we've had 2 crashes greater than 50% over the last 25 years, that could happen again. And I don't want you thinking, or retirees thinking, that the market is a safe haven. It's not, but a lot of people start thinking that. So you've got to have a plan where you can stick with your risk tolerance. You have to know what your risk tolerance is. And make sure that you don't make decisions to violate that plan just because everyone else is in a honeymoon phase. That'd be a mistake.
So the markets have, and as they've been in this honeymoon phase with the run up and kind of the sense of euphoria that is certainly permeated, and we see that in some of the new recent highs and some of the new climbs higher as well. But more largely, once we get into the next administration, there have been some calls from economists who are concerned about some of the hard pivots, the big cuts that have been talked about, and the economic impact as well of everything from cutting $2 trillion from the budget and finding areas to make cuts, all the way to mass deportations. How would that pass through to the economy from your sense, and then thus be evaluated by the market?
Yeah, so we have to remember that all the rhetoric leading up to an election and then post-election, it doesn't mean that that's all going to become policy. Now, if we wind up having a sweep in Congress and in the Senate and so on, then yeah, there's going to be a lot more flexibility. The other concern that I have, just a little concern, is that this is Trump's last year or his last 4 years in office. So it allows him to be a little bit unfiltered, a little more unfiltered than maybe he is, and maybe to push through policies on a little harder, in a little harder path than maybe he was before. And there are some negatives. You mentioned immigration. There are a lot of highly skilled, highly paid immigrants that are in this country as well too. We've had a labor shortage in this country for a long time, and if we start mass deportations, that labor shortage could worsen and increase the cost of wages, which then it gets passed on to the consumer through inflation. You got to raise the price of your goods and services if you're going to pay your employees more, and you might have to pay your employees more if there are less employees because of the deportation. The tariffs is another issue. Trump talks about the fact that the tax cuts is going to offset the tariffs, but is that really true? Ultimately, if you charge more for goods and service coming in, that's going to have to be passed on to the consumer and could wind up resulting in inflation as well. So it's not all rosy. And you're right, there's definitely going to be some bumps in the road once we find out what his actual plans are and what he can actually get passed through. It's not all rosy. We're still in the honeymoon phase, but you and I both know that after the honeymoon phase comes the marriage, and that's a lot of work.
Well, there's a lot of retirees out there that may already have been married for decades at this juncture, and they're trying to figure out, okay, how do we make sure that we're just riding off into the sunset on the gains that we're trying to lock in? What is, with everything that we've laid out, your investment strategy for retirees?
So I like to focus on investing for income. Most retirees need to get income out of their portfolio. And if you're invested in stocks and mutual funds, primarily growth-related investments, the only way to get 3 or 4 or 5% a year out of your portfolio is to start selling shares. And if you sell shares, then eventually you have the worry of running out of shares, running out of principal before you run out of life. And that's what we don't want to happen. But if you invest for income in the form of interest and dividends, you can spend your interest and dividends without ever selling a single share. And that means that you don't ever have to worry about your money running out. It's the difference between eating the chicken or eating the eggs. If you're cannibalizing your principal and you're selling shares to get your income, you're eating the chickens. But if you're living off your dividends and interest, you're eating the eggs, and you never have to worry about those eggs continuing to come in. So I like to focus on that for people that are retired, because it makes your retirement more secure. You know you have the income. You can invest in things that you can count on the income. You can never count on growth. If you have a portfolio, we don't know what that portfolio is going to be worth in 2 years or 5 years or 10 years. But if you have dividends and interest, you can count on it. And there's a lot of retirees out there that could afford to take some chips off the table. They've done really well over the last decade and a half, and now they're going to retire. A major crash would kill them. Living off of interest and dividends would give them a much greater chance of a secure future. So that's the focus that we go with retirees.
Anthony, I knew I could always count on you for either a really good metaphor or a really good analogy. You delivered just that. Anthony Soccaro, who is the president of Providence Financial and Insurance Services. Thanks for taking the time.
Thank you, Brad.
Coming up, everyone, your Yahoo Finance market update. We'll check out how stocks are moving and run through 3 stories that you don't want to miss. Stay tuned.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh.
Well, Bitcoin is trading above 90,000 this morning. The cryptocurrency spiking as high as 93. $3,000 following the election of Donald Trump. The rally has since cooled off slightly, but the perception of Trump as a crypto-friendly president has fueled broader confidence in the sector. Here with more, we've got Rick Edelman, Digital Assets Council of Financial Professionals, founder and author of The Truth About Crypto. Rick, it's great to speak with you. We were just talking about the importance of the Treasury Secretary pick. To what extent do you think this Bitcoin rally could be dependent on who ends up being that top name for Trump?
Good morning, Nelson. Good to be with you. You're exactly correct. If Trump doesn't deliver on the promise that he has laid out, then you will see this crypto rally become a crypto rout. There is no question that Bitcoin's incredible rise since the election is all because everybody's excited that Donald Trump is such a strong crypto supporter. He made it very clear during the campaign that he'll do everything possible to foster and develop Bitcoin and broader digital assets. If he doesn't deliver on that by appointing a pro-crypto Treasury Secretary and a pro-crypto SEC chair, then you're going to see this rally end as fast as it started.
Which is different from the stance that he took on crypto during the first time he was in office. So as we're thinking about what needs to shift as well in the broader tenor from Washington, D.C. as a whole, because it sounds like there is more acceptability to crypto that has come forward, whether that be either from a come to Jesus moment or because of a real swaying of realizing that, okay, we need to ultimately put this out there and a messaging out there to engage with voters. One way or the other, crypto is going to figure out a way to innovate, and the broader community is going to figure out a way to innovate and add more value in. So what are the actual policies that could be enacted that would add more value to the asset as a holding And, even as we've gotten off of the utilization, make sure that there's still opportunities for crypto to still be some sort of utilized currency as well.
Brad, you're exactly right. Whether or not the policies are favorable, crypto will do just fine. It's a global asset that trades 24/7. The United States cannot kill it. It can hinder it. It can slow it down, and that's proved by what you've seen under the Biden administration and Gary Gensler at the SEC. But if the administration is favorable and Congress is favorable, what you're going to see is legislative clarity. We have had a situation where Gary Gensler and the FDIC and other federal agencies have impeded the ability of banks to engage in crypto. They can't custody crypto. They aren't able to even open bank accounts for crypto companies. This has been a real challenge for the crypto industry to do business if it isn't able to engage with the banking community. So new laws and regulations that make it clear that banks are allowed to engage will basically open the doors and eliminate the obstacles and inhibitions that have been pervasive over the past 5 years. So that's what the crypto community is expecting. They're looking for legislation and regulation that provides clarity from a tax perspective, a custody perspective, a regulatory perspective that allows institutional investors and, most importantly, the banking industry to participate as freely as everybody else.
Rick, we started with a lot of the risks to this rally, but what is your base case for where Bitcoin is going?
My base case is that the Trump administration is going to deliver on the promises. The president will honor his expectations that he's laid out for everybody. And we're going to see Bitcoin over 100,000 by the end of this year, only in the next month or so. By the end of 2025, I expect Bitcoin to be north of 150,000. And by 2030, Bitcoin will be more than 420,000. That's a 5x roughly increase from today's pricing.
As we think about the amount of investing and the flows into crypto that you're anticipating we could see, what does that look like relative to, past emergences from crypto winters, if you will?
Yeah, the flows will be astonishing. As exciting as Bitcoin's rise has been since its inception, we really haven't seen anything yet because we largely haven't seen institutional engagement. Most Fortune 500 companies are not engaged. Most hedge funds are not yet engaged. Most endowments and pension funds are not yet engaged. Family offices, sovereign wealth funds. We are going to see an incredible increase of engagement. And even if it's a low single-digit asset in the portfolio, that will represent hundreds of billions of dollars of new money flowing into Bitcoin. And because the supply is fixed, any increase in demand has to translate to a price increase. And that's why I and many others are expecting to see 6-figure, and some are even arguing for 7-figure Bitcoin prices within the next 10 years.
Rick Edelman, founder of the Digital Assets Council of Financial Professionals. Great to have you here with us. Good to catch up, Rick.
Thanks, Brad.
There's less than a month left of open enrollment if you want your coverage to start January 1st. And when it comes to choosing what benefits to sign up for, the latest data from ADP shows that age plays a major role. Joining us now, we've got Tina Wang, who's ADP's Vice President of HR. Great to have you here on the screen with us on the show. All right, so what are the benefits that all generations should agree on, Tina?
So one of the things we definitely see in our employee pulse survey that ADP does consists about 1,700 responses from either business owners or HR decision makers. And part of that is for traditional benefits, it is medical, dental, and vision. So those three definitely come into play in terms of, regardless, I'll say, of generation, that is most desired in that aspect.
So with all of this in mind, how have you seen this kind of differ among generations, and what generations have looked for as they are signing up during this open enrollment period and what they're prioritizing within their coverages?
So I would say those three traditional for sure come up, but the other non-traditional benefits that come into play are around mental health, learning and development, and paid leave. And in each generation, they may be weighted slightly differently in terms of, I'll say, what's most desired, but they're all showing up as things that they definitely want.
And so all of these things in mind, it seems like, especially among the new cohort of workers that are just getting into the labor force and participating, they're also looking for vastly different types of benefits than their generations prior. What are some of the main differences that you've seen there?
So we see a little bit of the mental health benefits, whether it's providing certain resources for them to focus on from a mental health perspective, the learning and development options in terms of growing their career path within an organization. And I probably would add the educational, I'll say the tuition reimbursement options, as well as they learn to continue to, I'll say, develop in their careers.
This one's a little bit more self-centered for my millennial friends out there, mid-career millennials, maybe starting a family. What's important to them?
So three things that are showing up are paid family leave, child and elder care, as well as life insurance. And I'll just share quickly, like for me, I'm in that selfish zone as well. I'm actually in the process of having a family member that just suffered from a stroke. So that elder care benefit is definitely something that is important in terms of how we navigate that.
Absolutely. And finally here, we got to think about the boomers. Can't leave them out of this conversation. What benefits are they looking for?
So definitely focusing a little bit more on their retirement benefits. So they're a little bit less on the benefit selections as much as how do they prepare, in terms of moving out of the workforce at some point in time.
How can employers also educate themselves on what new offerings they should be bringing to their employees, as so many of the new services that may get prioritized by different generations are thought of and asked for by some of the employees? How can employers educate themselves as well?
Yeah, so look, I think it's really important to make sure you partner and have partnerships with either, payroll, your insurance agent, your retirement partners. They really understand what is out there and what's available for an organization to think about, like what they can afford and what they can provide for their employees. In addition, I would also say that, asking the employees, so if you are part of an organization, whether you're a small business or a large organization, really having those conversations with your employees to understand, hey, what is it that you're interested in? What else is out there? And in addition, how do we educate? And because open enrollment is a one-time, event, and it shouldn't be. Like that ongoing conversation around education of benefits that are relevant, that I'll say employees may not think are relevant, but will be relevant at some point in time because something may happen. And again, I'll just share a quick story for me. Like I ended up not signing up for long-term insurance. And it turns out I ended up in a car accident, and I actually could have really benefited in terms of understanding what some of those things may happen.
Wow, absolutely. Well, glad to see that you're doing well. Glad you could join us here today. Just lastly, before we let you go, Tina, this is a common mistake. People forgetting about Gen X out there, and I don't want the smoke from Gen X on Twitter or Facebook or whatever platforms they're using. They're probably microblogging somewhere. But all these things considered, what is Gen X looking for and prioritizing?
So I probably would tell you that it's probably looking a little bit more at the life stage, like a Gen X and I'll say the millennials are probably in that mid-career stage, right? So things like the paid family leave, the child care, the life insurance for non-traditional benefits do come into play.
All right, Tina, great to have you here. Tina Wang, who is ADP's Vice President of HR. Thanks so much for hopping on with us.
Thank you, Brad.
Certainly. We're just a week out, roughly, from one of the biggest shopping days of the year. Black Friday and then Cyber Monday. Consumers are expected to spend an average $1,069 on holiday purchases in 2024. And guess what? That's up 14% from last year, according to Retail Me Not. This comes as credit card debt hit a record $1.17 trillion in the third quarter of 2024, according to the New York Fed. So, how do you avoid adding more debt during the holidays? My next guest is David Peters. He is the founder of Peters Professional Education and of Peters Tax Preparation and Consulting. Good to have you here. All right, you hear a figure like $1.17 trillion, and you got a lot of consumers out there trying to figure out how they can spend, but spend smartly and also pay down some debt. Perhaps let's start with setting up smart habits going into this season. How can people make sure that they are setting a budget, checking it twice, sticking to it, and ultimately kind of rolling out some people who might have been naughty on that list?
Yeah, so I mean, I think that you hit the nail on the head. I mean, I think that the big thing to really sort of get across immediately is really having a good budget and sticking to it. And there are, lots of ways to keep track of a budget, but in my opinion, utilizing a spreadsheet and creating that spreadsheet and keeping track of that on a daily basis as you're going out shopping during that busy season, I think is the way to go. Another thing is just really making sure that we use cash whenever that's possible. We see that cash going out of our wallet, and that helps us stay within budget, because we see that money disappearing.
Certainly. And so one of the other tips that you had on there really looks towards the rewards part of your balances as well. How can you deploy rewards during this season?
Well, there are a lot of credit cards that offer cashback rewards, and those rewards have gotten more generous over time. And so if you do have a card that does offer cashback rewards, as soon as the statement cycle ends, normally those rewards are available. And so if they're available, take those as a statement credit so that you can bring that balance down a little bit as you are spending.
If you already have credit card debt, how do you pay it off ahead of the holidays?
Well, I think that the main thing is that you need to make a conscious effort to set aside money to pay it off. So set aside a part of your paycheck to service that debt, to make sure that you are paying that down on a regular basis so that we can avoid interest and we don't necessarily dig ourselves into a deeper hole.
With regard to the consumer mindset, we've heard a lot about the resilient consumer. How do you anticipate that would show up within an environment that we just laid out, where there is this record high level of debt that is being carried, and especially knowing the propensity to just tap, swipe, use a credit card during a season like this?
I think that it's really easy to sort of fall into bad habits, and that is exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about that, we always spend this during the holiday season. I think that we have to realize that we have had a period, especially over the last couple of years, of elevated prices, and we just need to pay attention more this year, maybe than we have in the past, about how much things cost. And we need to be more price conscious, and we need to be looking at what we're doing. The only way that we're going to turn things around and the way that credit card debt doesn't grow and get kind of out of control is by staying within our budget.
Are there ways that you can spend and budget that are actually tax beneficial once you get into kind of looking at your filings that you'll be needing to prepare at the end of this year for next tax season?
Well, I mean, so there are certain things, certain types of spending that are deductible. Charitable contributions may be one that may come up when, in order to get that, though, you would actually have to spend the money towards the charity in order to take advantage of that tax deduction. So there certainly are some ways to do that, primarily in the charitable contribution area.
And just lastly, while we've got you, David, the pros and cons, of course, have been explored for buy now, pay later by many consumers, and many consumers might lean into this if they're not able to just take the cash out and pay for something, or if they do need to finance over time. What are the pros and cons that you've seen among your clients, and especially within your own consulting?
Yeah, so I mean, buy now, pay later. I mean, there's definitely been a rise in popularity of those products. The problem is that with buy now, pay later is that people know about the buy now part, but they forget about the pay later part, where that we still are on the hook for that debt going forward. And so I do think that those strategies can work, but we just got to remember that we are going to have to pay that debt down. And so we need to make room to pay for that debt in our budget and in our paycheck. I think as long as we do that, and we are paying those balances off, then I think then that can work just fine.
David Peters, Peters Tax Preparation and Consulting founder. Thanks so much for taking the time here with us, David.
Thank you for having me.
Coming up, everyone, what the crypto industry could look like under the incoming Trump administration. That's next on Wealth.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this
Tesla rising as the Trump transition team says they plan to ease rules for self-driving cars, reportedly making a federal framework for the technology a top priority for the Department of Transportation. You can see those shares up 6% here. I was using our new Yahoo Finance comp tool to take a look at Tesla compared to some of the other stocks on the street. Of course, I pulled up NVIDIA, and it was really interesting taking a look at NVIDIA's price to earnings. I think it was about in the 60 range. Tesla still above 90. So this is still a very expensive stock, and it's just going to keep getting more expensive as we get this news tied to policy that lifts this stock. This idea of full self-driving technology getting streamlined through regulatory pressures and kind of getting an immediate checkpoint on it is certainly lifting the stock this morning, Brad.
I like the comparison that you brought up here, which is Tesla versus NVIDIA, because of the mindset that if you're looking at this next wave of Tesla being more than an automotive entity and being more than a power company, it's an AI play for a lot of the investors out there, the most bullish investors that have been looking what exactly full self-driving means for this broader AI narrative that Tesla is trying to draw here and trying to prove to the market as well here. They mentioned within the most recent earnings call, a lot of our viewers will remember that they continue to expand the AI training capacity to accommodate the needs of full self-driving, and ultimately how that plays out in the future is having to make sure that you have not just 2 states that you're able to roll this out in.
Yeah.
Right now, primarily California, Texas. They're expecting, at least Elon Musk, according to the call, is expecting that they're going to get approval next year in California and Tejas, and towards the Bay Area, branch out beyond those two states as well.
And if it really doesn't work, it won't get fast-tracked, right? Like it won't be available if it truly doesn't work. There will be regulatory pushback. We do have some of those checks and balances in place. We don't have as big of a margin in office as some members of the Trump administration would have liked. So there is still potential for a long road ahead on this regulatory approval.
Absolutely.
Welcome to Yahoo Finance Sports Report, a unique look at sports business brought to you by Yahoo Finance and Yahoo Sports. I'm your host, Joe Pompliano, and I'll be breaking down the financial side of the game for your financial gain. We'll go beyond the headlines, analyzing all the latest sports news, the teams, the trades, and billion-dollar deals, so you and your portfolio will win big. Catch Yahoo Finance Sports Report on Thursdays on all your favorite podcasts and streaming platforms.
This week on Yahoo Finance's Financial Freestyle, host Ross Mack sits down with Waymo Abbey, who is the co-founder of Isuzu, a fintech company that focuses on rent reporting and credit building solutions. In this clip, Abbey discusses wanting to continue to grow his business. Take a listen.
There are only 12 black unicorns in the world. Wow. So unicorn companies, a company valued at $1 billion or above, and we're sort of lucky to be in that ecosystem and that sort of class. But I don't get carried away, and I tell my colleagues at Isuzu day in, day out that a unicorn is a unicorn, but if you cannot try as much as possible to go to the next level, outperform as a business, your performance, right, is the premium you pay to earn the right to be a unicorn.
New episodes of Financial Freestyle air Mondays, 12 p.m. Eastern Time. You can catch them on Yahoo Finance or wherever you get your podcasts. Bitcoin hovering right around 91,000 today, rebounding after falling a bit over the weekend. Here with more, we've got Yahoo Finance's Josh Lipton with a closer look at the digital currency's performance and what we can expect in the months ahead, as all eyes are on the Trump administration now.
That is correct, Brad. In the run-up to the election, remember, strategists emphasized which sectors they thought could benefit from a Trump win, including financials, traditional energy, and yes, crypto, and for good reason. After all, Trump positioned himself as a friend of crypto, making a range of pledges like appointing a crypto presidential advisory council, establishing a Bitcoin strategic reserve, and firing SEC Chair Gary Gensler, viewed as an industry antagonist. And remember, it wasn't just Trump. Ohio elected pro-crypto candidate Bernie Moreno to the Senate as well. Yahoo Finance spoke with leaders in the industry to see what they think Trump should now emphasize. They quickly called out that Bitcoin strategic reserve as a priority.
And so I think when it comes to the United States, yes, holding the Bitcoin that we already have is kind of a no-brainer, but buying it is also very, very important. There is a global race for Bitcoin going on right now. Whether you are a local, state, or federal government official, you should be figuring out how to get as much Bitcoin onto the balance sheet as possible. This is not like gold where we can just go dig up more of it out of the ground. This is not like other assets that can be created out of thin air. There's only 21 million. And on the off chance that Bitcoin ends up actually fulfilling the promise of Bitcoin, we're going to want to hold as much of it as possible.
So will those, in fact, be Trump's priorities? Now we wait and see. But investors, they're waiting around. The price action in Bitcoin has been headline making. There has been a lot of excitement following Trump's victory. It started making record highs shortly after that win, now jumping around 30% since the election on November 5th. So how much room is there still left to run here? Well, the team at Bespoke Investment Group says it looks very overbought here. Now, usually you would expect to then see a reversion to the mean, but in the case of Bitcoin, strength often begets strength, they say. In other words, its strongest returns have actually often followed periods when it traded at its most overbought levels. Brad, back to you.
You know, it's remarkable, especially in the reserve front, because the United States, in terms of government entities, already owns the most Bitcoin as of right now. So adding on to its strategic reserve would be a major play. And there also might be some geopolitical considerations to that, too, as any country around the world tries to figure out what it needs to stockpile in its own cryptocurrency holdings. But the United States holding somewhere in excess of about 208,000, according to BitcoinTreasuries.net right now.
Yeah, whether you just hold or whether you add to that, that'll be a big issue. Also, changing personnel. I mean, Trump made some big announcement, including no fan of SEC Chair Gensler. So what could shifting personnel mean as well? Will be something everybody's going to be watching.
Great breakdown, as always. Josh Lipton joining us here. You can catch Josh later on for Market Domination and the OT. That's it for Wealth. I'm Brad Smith. Thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned for the aforementioned Market Domination with Julie Hyman and Josh Lipton coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern Time.
Isuzu on 3 core premises. No matter where you come from, the color of your skin or your financial identity shouldn't determine where you end up in the wealthiest nation the world has ever seen. 326 investors said no to us because they didn't believe that, creating win-win-win solutions for low to medium income people was investable or could become $1 billion company. But we proved them wrong.
All right, guys, welcome to Financial Freestyle with Ross Mack here on Yahoo Finance. Now, look, guys, whether you're a Wall Street professional, a retail investor, or someone that's just looking to change their overall financial situation, there's always a first step you got to take. And look, guys, look no further because I'm going to be speaking to some of the most influential people in finance and learning about their path to economic prosperity. And today, I'm sitting down with Wemimu Abe, the co-founder and CEO of ACISU, a fintech company advancing rent reporting and data solutions for credit building. Welcome to the show, my brother. How you doing?
Not bad, man. Not bad.
Yes, man. So listen, obviously, your name ring bells in all the rooms, right? But let's talk to the people, right? Who is Wemimu?
Well, Wemimu is a kid from the slums of Lagos, Nigeria. I grew up in a family with 2 siblings. I lost my dad at the age of 2, and I was raised by my mom and, incredible family members. So that's who I am. I'm just that kid with a funny name from the slums of Lagos, Nigeria.
I love it, man. You got an amazing story, right? You came here when you were, 17?
Yes.
Yeah, so let's actually talk about what you're doing, right? What is ACISU?
Yeah, so every time I have the good fortune to talk about ACISU, I always like to go down memory lane a little bit. And one thing my mother always believed in was just the power of education. She worked at the post office for over 21 years.
Wow.
And then she decided to invest in my education because she believed education was the most important investment in any child's life.
I agree.
And she afforded my school fees to that good school, a good high school, with 60% of her salary.
Wow.
So I could get a better life. And mind you, my mother barely had a high school degree. So going to that institution when all the kids were going to the United States and Europe, I said, well, these kids don't have 2 heads, or 4 eyes. I want to do exactly what they're doing. So I got into what you consider one of the best schools in Nigeria. I self-studied for the SATs, passed, then applied to the cheapest land-grant university in America, which was the University of Minnesota, Crookston. So that was my journey here. But the inspiration for ACISU stemmed from our experience in the United States. When I came to America, we didn't have a credit score. We walked into one of the biggest financial institutions to borrow money, and were turned away because we didn't have a good credit score. And that led us to go borrow money from a payday loan lender at 400% interest rate.
400%. It's insane.
It's insane. It's ludicrous.
Predatory loans.
It is. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people in this country that go through that nightmare. There are 45 million people in this country that don't have a credit score, or they have a thin file. So that experience, in addition to that, my mother borrowed money from church members, sold my dad's ring, and that's how we got started in the United States. So really inspired by that experience, and my co-founder, Simir, we started ACISU on 3 core premises. No matter where you come from, the color of your skin or your financial identity shouldn't determine where you end up in the wealthiest nation the world has ever seen. And that's what led to ACISU. We created this idea that when you pay your rent, that data should show up on your credit score. Because when you pay your mortgage, that data shows up on your credit score. And all we wanted to do is give credit where credit is due.
Man, that's very inspirational, right? So kind of going back to when you first got here, right? What advice would you give to someone maybe listening who might be in that same predicament, looking and, thinking about those predatory 400% payday advance loans, et cetera? What would you tell them?
The first thing I'll tell them is you have to persevere against all odds. We live in a system today whereby, you're guilty until proven innocent. Your credit score, albeit doesn't quite represent exactly who you are, treats you like you're guilty until proven innocent. Doesn't make sense that I have to go into debt, right? to then show that I'm creditworthy. How am I going to get the debts in the first place? Other people, they get put on their parents' credit card at the age of 14, but folks in the inner cities, people of color, we don't have that privilege. We're usually the first of everything. So my message to anyone trying to navigate this space is you got to persevere against all odds. The folks that came before you have a spine and they've gone through struggles that is unimaginable, and you're the embodiment of infinite possibilities. Just be caught trying.
Well, man, I genuinely love what you're doing, right? I had a conversation. John Hope Bryant was actually on Financial Freestyle before, and man, he's very passionate, adamant about helping people build their credit score. When you think about your business, right, you are considered one of the first Black unicorns. Like, how do we get to unicorn status? What does it mean?
Yeah. But, you talked about someone I have a huge amount of respect and admiration for, which is John Hope Bryant. He's a good friend, a mentor, and we do a lot of things together. Operation Hope, Esusu actually partners with to essentially do financial literacy. So the renters within Esusu ecosystem actually get financial literacy coaching from Operation Hope. And John O'Brien is notorious for saying financial literacy is the civil rights issue of our time. And I absolutely agree. Information is power, and what separates folks in the south side of Chicago trying to figure it out, it's not the matter of intelligence, right? Brilliance is everywhere, but opportunity and information as a stepping stone is quite scarce. And that's the work you're doing. That's the work John is doing. And that's the work I wake up day in, day out with my colleagues at Isuzu to do. But let's talk about the unicorn journey. I always tell people when you talk about unicorn, I tell them, the valuation is a mortgage, right? I don't get carried away with it, but I'm really grateful for what we've been able to accomplish. Just some stats. There are only 12 Black unicorns in the world. Wow. So unicorn companies, a company valued at $1 billion or above. And we're sort of lucky to be in that ecosystem and that sort of class. But I don't get carried away, and I tell my colleagues at Isuzu day in, day out that a unicorn is a unicorn, but if you cannot try as much as possible to go to the next level, outperform as a business, your performance, right, is the premium you pay to earn the right to be a unicorn, right? So not just the fact that you get there is enough, right? You got to keep working hard and doing everything you can to get there. But getting to that point was really painful. 326 investors said no to us because they didn't believe that, creating win-win-win solutions for low to medium income people was investable or could become a $1 billion company. But we proved them wrong. It goes back to what I said earlier. You got to be caught trying. You got to be crazy enough to believe in your ideas. And if no one believes in it, it means you have something that's contrarian. You got to keep pushing forward. And when you have that breakthrough, it's like what Alan Turing said. You got to do things that no one can imagine. And that's what we do at Isuzu every day.
I love it, man. So we have a lot of entrepreneurs that watch the show. And I tell people, like, look, you go on social media, everybody is claiming that they are an entrepreneur. Better yet, they're advocating for being an entrepreneur. But it's like, look, 20% are going to fail in the first 2 years, 50% after 5 years, and 65% after 10, right?
Right.
I'm sorry, are going to fail.
Right.
And so when you go on your path, right, what of your upbringing and what have you learned working at PwC and bringing drinking water to 250,000 people in Africa? Like, what are some of those tangibles that allow you to continue to strive and actually become successful when it comes to entrepreneurship?
Entrepreneurship is a really, really painful journey. I think Jensen Huang sort of said it's like eating glass. And you go through the horror day in, day out. I think my upbringing helped me be who I am today. I grew up in a situation whereby what I'm doing today, no one thought I would be in this particular position, right? And, that sort of expectation gives me this ability to just fall forward and perseverance. My first bout with entrepreneurship was out of necessity. I used to sell Game Boy cartridges, PlayStation 2 CDs, and candy to my fellow colleagues in boarding house because I was a day student and I marked up the items at 400%. And I got to a point where I was making more money than my mother was making at the post office.
Wow.
Right? When I saw that dynamic, I'm like, this is fascinating. How can you create value, price it appropriately, and have impact and meet the demands of folks? So Isuzu, people think like this is just a one-shot glory. It's my third rodeo. The first rodeo was essentially how do we try as much as possible to provide access to water for folks around the world. I almost lost my life to typhoid, and I really wanted to do something about it. So my focus has always been creating solutions that have a profound impact. My second company was Mapping International $8 on the African continent, which was acquired. And then I went on to corporate America, and then you sort of have Isuzu, which is what we're talking about today. So it's been a long journey of learning, iterating, figuring it out, eating glass, and then just facing the trials and tribulation. It's not for everyone. Everyone sees the LinkedIn post, everything on Instagram, but no one sees you waking up at 4 a.m. in the morning. No one sees you, when things are falling apart. In entrepreneurship, something really good happens every day. And there are like 10,000 things that are crappy that happens every day. But that's just it. But be that as it may, it is so gratifying to wake up every day knowing that people are getting credit scores for the first time, knowing that people are getting mortgages, auto loans, knowing that we're keeping people in their homes when they can't pay rent, and then taking them on that journey of financial identity, stability, and wealth building. For me, that's one of the greatest joys.
That's remarkable, man. So eating glass is entrepreneurship. So what is the number one advice you would give for a person that's starting a business?
Number one advice is people are your most important asset, and nothing worth doing is worth doing alone. My work husband and my co-founder, Samir, is, without him, we're not going to be where we are today. It takes a partnership to essentially create a company like this. And you have to have someone that you can rely on in the good days and the bad days. So people are the most important assets on this journey. I cannot stress it enough. There are 98% shitty days on entrepreneurship, and the 2% is what the world sees. You need someone that will be in the foxhole with you. You need someone that is battle tested. You need someone that will trust, and you trust them also to navigate this construct called life and entrepreneurship. So people, in my opinion, are one of the most important assets. And then a B is your vision to values, right? How do you make sure when you create a company, what's your North Star, right? The assignments the founding fathers of this country gave us is to make it more perfect. At Isuzu, we want to leverage data to bridge the racial wealth gap. That's our vision. Our mission is we want to try as much as possible to keep people in their homes.
Man, that's real game, bro. That's remarkable. But listen, hold that thought with me, Moo. When we come back, we're going to get even more personal. You guys don't want to miss this.
Well, Bitcoin is trading above 90,000 this morning. The cryptocurrency spiking as high as $93,000 following the election of Donald Trump. The rally has since cooled off slightly, but the perception of Trump as a crypto-friendly president has fueled broader confidence in the sector. Here with more, we've got Rick Edelman, Digital Assets Council of Financial Professionals, founder and author of The Truth About Crypto. Rick, it's great to speak with you. We were just talking about the importance of the Treasury Secretary pick. To what extent do you think this Bitcoin rally could be dependent on who ends up being that top name for Trump?
Good morning, Nelson. Good to be with you. You're exactly correct. If Trump doesn't deliver on the promise that he has laid out, then you will see this crypto rally become a crypto rout. There is no question that Bitcoin's incredible rise since the election is all because everybody's excited that Donald Trump is such a strong crypto supporter. He made it very clear during the campaign that he'll do everything possible to foster and develop Bitcoin and broader digital assets. If he doesn't deliver on that by appointing a pro-crypto Treasury Secretary and a pro-crypto SEC chair, then you're going to see this rally end as fast as it started.
Which is different from the stance that he took on crypto during the first time he was in office. So as we're thinking about what needs to shift as well in the broader tenor from Washington, D.C. as a whole, because it sounds like there is more acceptability to crypto that has come forward, whether that be either from a come to Jesus moment or because of a real swaying of realizing that, okay, we need to ultimately put this out there and a messaging out there to engage with voters. One way or the other, crypto is going to figure out a way to innovate, and the broader community is going to figure out a way to innovate and add more value in. So what are the actual policies that could be enacted that would add more value to the asset as a holding? And even as we've gotten off of the utilization, make sure that there's still opportunities for crypto to still be some sort of utilized currency as well.
Right, you're exactly right. Whether or not the policies are favorable, crypto will do just fine. It's a global asset that trades 24/7. The United States cannot kill it. It can hinder it. It can slow it down, and that's proved by what you've seen under the Biden administration and Gary Gensler at the SEC. But if the administration is favorable and Congress is favorable, what you're going to see is legislative clarity. We have had a situation where Gary Gensler and the FDIC and other federal agencies have impeded the ability of banks to engage in crypto. They can't custody crypto. They aren't able to even open bank accounts for crypto companies. This has been a real challenge for the crypto industry to do business if it isn't able to engage with the banking community. So new laws and regulations that make it clear that banks are allowed to engage will basically open the doors and eliminate the obstacles and inhibitions that have been pervasive over the past 5 years. So that's what the crypto community is expecting. They're looking for legislation and regulation that provides clarity from a tax perspective, a custody perspective, a regulatory perspective that allows institutional investors and most importantly the banking industry to participate as freely as everybody else.
Rick, we started with a lot of the risks to this rally, but what is your base case for where Bitcoin is going?
My base case is that the Trump administration is going to deliver on the promises. The president will honor his expectations that he's laid out for everybody. And we're going to see Bitcoin over 100,000 by the end of this year, only in the next month or so. By the end of 2025, I expect Bitcoin to be north of 150,000. And by 2030, Bitcoin will be more than 420,000. That's a 5x roughly increase from today's pricing.
As we think about the amount of investing and the flows into crypto that you're anticipating we could see, what does that look like relative to, past emergences from crypto winters, if you will?
Yeah, the flows will be astonishing. As exciting as Bitcoin's rise has been since its inception, we really haven't seen anything yet because we largely haven't seen institutional engagement. Most Fortune 500 companies are not engaged. Most hedge funds are not yet engaged. Most endowments and pension funds are not yet engaged. Family offices, sovereign wealth funds. We are going to see an incredible increase of engagement. And even if it's a low single digit asset, in the portfolio, that will represent hundreds of billions of dollars of new money flowing into Bitcoin. And because the supply is fixed, any increase in demand has to translate to a price increase. And that's why I and many others are expecting to see six-figure, and some are even arguing for seven-figure Bitcoin prices within the next 10 years.
Rick Edelman, founder of the Digital Assets Council of Financial Professionals. Great to have you here with us. Good to catch up, Rick.
Thanks, Brad.
Staying in wealth.
Terrific question. So one of the things we spend a lot of time on is financial literacy. We send content on a weekly basis to folks and say, hey, here's your financial profile. Here's what now, if you don't have a credit score, we've established credit scores now for over 200,000 people. That's people like my mother and I that never had a credit score. We then say information is power. Now you have this credit score. You can sort of get a mortgage, you can get an auto loan, you can get a lot of things, especially if you're 720 or 700 and above, which is good credit scores to essentially get some of this too. So education is there. We also have a partnership with Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae, which we're really, really excited about. Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae essentially said, for the landlords that we work with, our go-to-market is if we work with large landlords or in some cases small landlords also, the renter does not pay for our service. We essentially tell them that, look, we partnered with your landlord to report rental data, and if any of those properties are Freddie Mac or Fannie Mae properties, they cover 1 year of the cost. So the landlord doesn't have to pay, the renter doesn't have to pay for that 1 year just to get an introduction to what we are doing. And that has been tremendously impactful because, people in our communities are skeptical. They're like, I don't know if I should trust this thing, but when Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae says, wow, this is an opportunity for you to establish or build your credit scores and go on that journey of hopefully one day home ownership, that is incredibly powerful. And now there's actually conversations about legislation. In California, they just passed legislation that now mandates rental reporting in the country. We are now seeing senators, Senator Ossoff from Georgia essentially just came out with a legislation that wants this data reported into the credit bureaus.
That's awesome.
We have Congressman Richie Torres. The other day, I saw on his website and on his platform talking about the importance of reporting rental data, and it's just down the street in the Bronx. So there's a lot of enthusiasm, and one of the power of this is bipartisan. We can't get anything done in Congress, but whether you're a Republican from Kentucky, right, or you're a Democrat from the Bronx, or you're a DFW politician from Minnesota, everyone agrees we ought to give credit where credit is due. We just want our kids to have a better life than we ever did. This is not a red, blue issue. This is an American issue.
I love it, man. So I normally ask a question as we, for the interest of time, as we get ready to wrap. I always say, like, what would you tell your younger self? And I always kind of pick 18, but I want to pick 17 because that was the year you were coming into America. If you could go back in time and just have a conversation with 17-year-old you, what would that look like?
The conversation with 17-year-old me is one word or two words or a phrase, actually. You're enough. You're enough. And you are the embodiment of infinite possibilities. I think having that mindset, unleash the power for you to go forth and do things that people cannot imagine. You cannot live based on people's imagination. You need to live and drive change and drive the change you want to see in this world. And that's the privilege that I've had throughout my life. At the end of the day, my story is only possible in this great country called the United States. I always tell people it's the greatest country on the surface of the earth. And if you work hard, play by the rules, and do everything you can, and in my case, give people a fighting chance, the sky is not the limit, it's the launch pad.
I love it, man. So look, man, I heard you guys got some breaking news, man. Let me and the world know what's going on.
I am incredibly excited to announce that Isuzu has launched a direct-to-consumer subscription platform. Traditionally, we work with landlords to provide our services to renters. We're launching a direct-to-consumer platform where people will have subscription to our services, rent reporting, financial coaching, discounted programs on a lot of the initiatives we're doing across board. It's going to be transformational, and it's going to fulfill that vision of taking people on of financial identity, stability, and wealth building. It's going to focus on the 3 C's, right? How can we try as much as possible to build sustainable commerce, community, and the best content people have ever seen?
Well, congrats, brother. Y'all heard it here first. And look, guys, that's it for this episode of Financial Freestyle. Thank you guys so much for joining. And I truly hope that this helps you guys on your own financial journey. Make sure you guys come back next week for another episode of Financial Freestyle here on Yahoo Finance.
This content was not intended to be financial advice and should not be used as a substitute for professional financial services.
Let's turn now to take a look at the broader market. Stocks mixed to start the week. Post-election rally cooling. Could NVIDIA's earnings be the next catalyst? That is the big question. Joining us now in studio, we've got Chris Wadling, who is the CEO and Chief Market Strategist over at Longview Economics. Good to have you here with us. Founder at Longview as well, we should note. So as you're kind of breaking down what will exactly the markets kind of latch onto this week, of course, it's always been the earnings bellwether that has been NVIDIA, but what do we need to hear from NVIDIA to really impress or continue to give more of a rally on mindset for the markets here?
Great question on NVIDIA. I mean, obviously, I'm not a stock analyst, but we spend a lot of time thinking about the Mag 7 and NVIDIA and all these kind of stocks. What I find fascinating is that when I was last here in August, I was suggesting the market's moving away from the Mag 7. And actually, if you look at a lot of these stocks, they have moved away from them. And we're kind of down to Mag 1 or 2 now, and NVIDIA's the big one. So, of course, everyone's obsessed with earnings this week, absolutely. But I think you made the right point. The earnings growth momentum is slowing. It's not as fast as it was. And when you look at stocks like this in the stock market, you look at the second derivative. It's the rate of earnings growth, if you see what I mean, that really matters. So I think that'll be the focus. You look around the semiconductor sector, quite a few stocks are really struggling. It's not all, so it's getting harder. The sort of focus is narrowing in on not much left in terms of semis and tech driving this market higher. Personally, I'm more interested in the dollar. I'm more interested in 10-year bond yields. I'm interested in the macro data. I want to hear if China's actually going to do some more fiscal stimulus. These are, to me, this market is rotating into cyclical stuff. Small, mid caps, global. Next year is going to be great global growth, as long as we don't get too many tariffs too quickly. So all of that, I think, is, really quite encouraging.
Well, let's talk about that global growth. You have fiscal expansion in a lot of countries, Germany, for example. How is that global growth combined with what we're seeing in treasuries going to potentially impact what we're seeing in equities? Could there become a tipping point where you see some pressure in equities?
Yeah, there's a risk of a tipping point. Personally, I don't buy that. I think bonds are really attractive here. They've backed up really hard. Yields backed up really hard. They've sold off on price. And everyone's bearish bonds now. And the narrative always becomes gloomy when things have moved a lot. They were talking about the Minsky moment in bonds and how we're going to pay for all this fiscal stuff. That's always the way. The narrative follows the price. But actually, if you look at the price, people are bearish. It's oversold. And actually, we need lower bond yields to get this economy re-accelerating. There's a lot of parts of the US economy that haven't done much for 2 years. People have kind of forgotten about that. We've all been focused on a bit of fiscal and a bit of NVIDIA and so on.
What parts haven't? It feels like it's been all growth. Consumer spending, all-time highs.
Housing is in a depression in terms of activity. There's been no manufacturing employment growth for 2 years. There's lots of bits of people, middle and lower income and so on. So there's lots of pieces of the economy aren't quite firing.
And so is the consumer as resilient then as we're expected to believe, or at least is showing up in some of the economic data, especially when we look at retail sales? And I get it, certain categories have been lagging for sure, but there still seems like there's a tenor for the consumer where, if possible, they're going to spend.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think rate cuts that are coming through and will keep coming through. By the way, almost every time the Fed's cut rates, bond yields have gone down, not up.
Right.
Okay, so, this is all good news. I honestly think the economy will do well next year as long as we keep getting the rate cuts and the whole yield curve comes down. And as you say, there's fiscal stimulus in China, probably a bit in Germany, in the UK, and probably in the US. This is rate cutting everywhere, stimulus everywhere. All of this is good. And I think the consumer, really, if you look at the US consumer, they've been retrenching for 15 years. So they're in good shape.
President Trump continues to fill out his cabinet, but as of this morning, one crucial position is still undecided: his Treasury Secretary. According to a report from the New York Times, Trump is even expected to bring in new candidates for the position this week. Here to break down the field and what's at stake with that decision, we've got Yahoo Finance's own Ben Werschkolt. Ben, you've been analyzing and also putting some pen to paper on exactly what these candidates could look like. What do you know?
Yeah, it's getting less clear by the day, amazingly enough. So as you mentioned, Donald Trump is expected to have two new candidates in the mix, and he's expected to meet with them at Mar-a-Lago in Florida this week. The first one is former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh, who was sort of seen as more of a Fed candidate and was on shortlist last time with Trump. The other is Apollo Global Management CEO Mark Rowan. Of course, Yahoo Finance is owned by Apollo Global Management. And this comes in addition to the two other candidates you see on your screen there last week. Scott Bessent, who's the Key Square founder, and Howard Lutnick, the Cantor Fitzgerald CEO. And sort of these are the four candidates that you see in the mix. They're kind of going up and down by the day. And the issue here seems to be that Trump is trying to get a candidate who can do two things that maybe are irreconcilable. One is to be cheered by the markets. He wants somebody that when he announces it, the markets go up and they're happy to see it. He also needs somebody that can kind of credibly sell his tariffs, which the markets obviously are a little less keen on. So what you've seen in the last few weeks are some of these candidates trying to kind of beef up their tariff bona fides, even if they said more critical things in the past, to kind of try to be the candidate for Trump on these two issues there. So not a lot of certainty at the moment. With more meetings expected this week, we might be waiting a few more days, but the only certainty, I guess, is sort of more uncertainty for a little bit.
It's interesting, Ben, and a note from Peter Cheer over the weekend. He sort of pulled this metaphor that either Trump is picking people based on 3D chess or 52 card pickup. Basically, is this tactical or is this just off of vibes? And I know that you did a lot of reporting, speaking with folks about kind of the thinking behind this decision. What does that leave you with in terms of your thinking on what's driving Trump's decision here?
I think most of the people around the process are kind of as sort of speculating as much as anyone else is right now, because it can kind of go these two different directions you mentioned. Matt Gaetz last week is an example that, based on the reporting around that, happened on a plane flight that was 2 hours that no one saw coming. So this is a process that could be kind of the 52 card pickup idea. Others would be this the 5D chess idea here too. I mean, I do think Trump is incredibly focused on the markets and economic stability, so he really wants somebody that can kind of be a face of his administration to try and do that. So he might be a little bit more considered with that, but we'll see. He's sort of clearly unhappy with his choices at the moment.
Right. That's a really good point, too. He wouldn't be searching for this lawn if he was very clear and bullish on one particular candidate. Ben, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. Really appreciate it.
President Trump continues to fill out his cabinet, but as of this morning, one crucial position is still undecided, his Treasury Secretary. According to a report from the New York Times, Trump is even expected to bring in new candidates for the position this week. Here to break down the field and what's at stake with that decision, we've got Yahoo Finance's own Ben Werschkolt. Ben, you've been analyzing and also putting some pen to paper on exactly what these candidates could look like. What do you know?
Yeah, it's getting less clear by the day, amazingly enough. So as you mentioned, Donald Trump is expected to have two new candidates in the mix, and he's expected to meet with them at Mar-a-Lago at Florida this week. The first one is former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh, who was sort of seen as more of a Fed candidate and was on shortlist last time with Trump. The other is Apollo Global Management CEO Mark Rowan. Of course, Yahoo Finance is owned by Apollo Global Management. And this comes in addition to two other candidates you see on your screen there last week. Scott Bessent, who's the Key Square founder, and Howard Lutnick, the Cantor Fitzgerald CEO. And sort of these are the four candidates that you see in the mix. They're kind of going up and down by the day. And the issue here seems to be that Trump is trying to get a candidate who can do two things that maybe are irreconcilable. One is to be cheered by the markets. He wants somebody that when he announces it, the markets go up and they're happy to see it. He also needs somebody that can kind of credibly sell his tariffs, which the markets obviously are a little less keen on. So what you've seen in the last few weeks are some of these candidates trying to kind of beef up their tariff bona fides, even if they said more critical things in the past, to kind of try to be the candidate for Trump on these two issues there. So not a lot of certainty at the moment. With more meetings expected this week, we might be waiting a few more days, but the only certainty, I guess, is sort of more uncertainty for a little bit.
It's interesting, Ben, and a note from Peter Cheer over the weekend. He sort of pulled this metaphor that either Trump is picking people based on 3D chess or 52 card pickup. Basically, is this tactical right, or is this just off of vibes? And I know that you did a lot of reporting, speaking with folks about kind of the thinking behind this decision. What does that leave you with in terms of your thinking on what's driving Trump's decision here?
I think most of the people around the process are kind of as sort of speculating as much as anyone else is right now, because it can kind of go these two different directions you mentioned. Matt Gaetz last week is an example that, based on the reporting around that, happened on a plane flight that was 2 hours that no one saw coming. So this is a process that could be kind of the 52 card pickup idea. Others would be this the 5D chess idea here too. I mean, I do think Trump is incredibly focused on the markets and economic stability, so he really wants somebody that can kind of be a face of his administration to try and do that. So he might be a little bit more considered with that, but we'll see. He's sort of clearly unhappy with his choices at the moment.
Right. That's a really good point, too. He wouldn't be searching for this lawn if he was very clear and bullish on one particular candidate. Ben, Thank you so much, as always, for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Trump is reportedly considering scrapping the electric vehicle tax credit. Under the Inflation Reduction Act, taxpayers who purchase a clean energy vehicle in 2023 or later can qualify for a tax write-off of up to $7,500. The Zero Emission Transportation Association, a group representing EV and battery makers, said in a statement, quote, "If the United States is going to actually compete to win against China, there needs to be a demand and a demand signal aligned with that goal. Otherwise, we would be undercutting those investments and hurting American job growth." Joining us now, we've got Albert Gore III, who's the executive director of the Zero Emission Transportation Association. Thanks so much for taking the time here. Just the net impact that you think there could be from removing this vehicle tax credit.
Well, thank you so much for having me. Zeta represents the full EV supply chain, so not just EV OEMs, but mining companies, battery manufacturers, all the way through to the electricity sector. And I think, the first impact would be to increase costs for consumers. And I think that's something that, is an area where we're fully aligned with the goals of these administration to bring inflation down. We're talking about American-made cars primarily. 3 out of 4 EVs sold in the United States last year were made in the United States. And that's been a result of this powerful demand signal. Also, 3 out of 5 EVs on the market today are available for below $45,000 before the tax credit. So ultimately, these policies are working to lower costs for consumers and bring jobs to the United States.
So what then is the biggest risk here, Albert? And I ask because I spoke with Tom Steyer at our Yahoo Finance Invest conference about this last week, and he said a potential big risk is that we see other countries like China pushing ahead of the U.S. when it comes to targeting emissions more effectively, for example. Is that something that you think could potentially push the Trump administration to offer more of these credits, given how he has viewed foreign competition in the past?
Well, I think that one of the goals of the incoming administration is to convince companies to bring jobs to the United States. And that's a goal that we certainly share. If we're talking about outcompeting China for manufacturing jobs in the battery and EV supply chain, I think we need to have a strong demand signal that sends the message all the way up through these supply chains that they need to be investing in the United States. That's been happening. Over $177 billion have been invested in our sector to build factories and to train workers. Georgia is a great example, $27 billion in e-mobility investments in Georgia. Savannah has a $9 billion EV manufacturing plant. This is foreign direct investment in the United States to hire American workers, build cars here. And we want to see more of that. I think undercutting that demand signal that is so tailored to U.S. manufacturing jobs all the way up the supply chain. It has requirements for battery components to be made here, for minerals to be produced and refined here or among our allies. I think it's a really important investment in the U.S. manufacturing economy. And we just want to emphasize that and ensure that that message is coming across clear.
To what extent would you qualify full self-driving as a demand signal for electric vehicles?
Well, I think full self-driving is a really important part of the future. And primarily, these vehicles have been electric. It's a great use case for electric vehicles. It's very easy to build these into the grid. I was in Phoenix and surrounded by Waymos that were, driving perfectly next to me on the road. I think that that's going to be a really important part of the future, and ensuring that those vehicles are made here as well is really important.
All right, Albert, we got to leave it there. Really appreciate you joining us this morning. Thank you so much. Albert Gore III, Zero Emission Transportation Association's Executive Director. Thanks.
taking a look at shares of NVDA. They are lower right now by about 1.4%. This coming after a report from The Information highlighting overheating issues with its latest Blackwell AI servers. Now, this comes ahead of NVIDIA's big third quarter earnings report Wednesday. And we want to make sure that you're prepared to talk all about the AI darling with your friends, your family, your coworkers as we head into the holiday season. Here with more, we've got Yahoo Finance tech editor Dan Howley. Dan, great to see you here this morning. You're prepared with 3 things that people should know about the company.
Yeah, Brad, let's just go over kind of the basics. First of all, NVIDIA was a company that started basically for video games. They were releasing these graphics cards. They say that they're the first ones to release a quote-unquote graphics card years ago. And so they've been in that space forever. But the company started to kind of turn a corner more recently when their investments in AI started to pay off. They were investing in AI for a while on the strength of those cards and their ability to do parallel processing. And because of that, they were able to perform AI tasks far faster than a normal CPU would do. That's the chip that you have that really powers your computer itself or a server itself, the graphics card. Normally, again, that's for video games, but they managed to find out a way where it's helpful for AI, and that's kind of where they are for now. The stock price for the company, by the way, has just rocketed on the AI boom. When ChatGPT came public in 2022, we started seeing more companies investing, and as a result, those companies needed chips to be able to power those kinds of AI applications. And they went to the top dog in that space, and that's NVIDIA. And so that's why the stock price has just ripped so far and why its revenue has jumped so high. And then the third thing to keep in mind for this coming earnings is Blackwell. Blackwell is NVIDIA's latest and greatest chip. It's starting to be shipped out now, and it really is something that companies are looking at as kind of a game changer as far as performance goes. Their prior Hopper chip is out. It's been out for a while. This is the next generation of that. NVIDIA says it's the most advanced chip ever created. And so this is going to be an important part of the earnings report as to how many units they expect to sell, how many they can deliver, and what the revenue is going to look like on that for the coming fiscal year. So they're going to be reporting that, and analysts are going to have a lot of questions. I know you mentioned the overheating issue that The Information had discussed. So they're going to be looking at those kinds of questions and looking to see what Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, has to say.
All right, Dan, thanks so much. A lot to keep tabs on with this name, of course, a bellwether and a poster child for AI. Good to check in with you, Dan.
NVIDIA shares are lower ahead of its earnings out Thursday. A report from The Information saying its new Blackwell AI chips are overheating in its servers. That's weighing on the stock this morning, down just about 2.5%. So will NVIDIA's results live up to the high expectations and turn this current stock move around? Joining us to discuss, we've got Paul Meeks. He's the portfolio manager at Independent Solutions Wealth Management. Paul, it's always great to chat with you here. What are you expecting heading into this earnings print? Is the current pressure on NVIDIA's stock something that sets them up better for a pop after those results?
Yeah, I think they're going to have a nice beat, but here's the problem, Madison, and I got this data from the analysis tab on Yahoo Finance. 4 quarters ago, the company beat the street's EPS estimate by 19%. Next quarter is 11% beat. Then it goes down to a 10% beat. And then the last quarter was, quote unquote, only a 6% beat. So a lot is expected of NVIDIA, and they're going to have to beat the estimates by even more. Let's get back to a double-digit percentage increase beat. And then I think people will feel more comfortable. In the meantime, today's issue about potential overheating in the Blackwell chip, it's obviously not a positive. We also don't know it to be true. And you may recall a couple weeks or months ago, there were similar kind of manufacturing glitch issues, and that actually brought a good opportunity to buy the shares. And so if this stock backs down to the 50-day moving average price of about 130, I'd probably buy it with both hands. As to the quarter they're going to announce Wednesday evening, I think it's going to be great. But as I said before, it's got to be a bigger beat than they have been beating the last few quarters. I need to see that. In the meantime, I have a third of my portfolio in this stock, and I feel good about that.
Paul, what are you expecting to hear on the demand pipeline front?
Oh, I think the demand's going to be very, very bullish. And that's no surprise, Brad. You think about all of the other companies or customers in this AI GPU supply chain have been raising their CapEx guide, have been very bullish about their own demand. And so I think that is not in question that we will have a very bullish demand picture. And that's why I think, Brad, that if we do have a short-term manufacturing glitch, because nobody else is as close as they are to making these chips, you buy it because the demand is there and they'll fix their problems.
But it's interesting, we've still seen 6 quarters of growth deceleration in the stock, Paul. At what point is there something that stops the momentum for NVIDIA? Is it that lack of further growth as a catalyst, or is it something potentially more insidious like a competitor coming in?
I don't think it's really going to be a competitor. I do expect AMD to get its act together and be a viable second source, but it's also interesting that in the last couple of days, AMD announced that they're firing 1,000 people, which is pretty large, 4% of the global workforce. So we do know that that company's problems are more CPU related, but still, I don't think that they're going to close the gap. So it'll be a big market. AMD will have a slice of that pie. NVIDIA will continue to have the biggest slice of the pie. And what would happen is, and the greatest tell would be, when you start to get the capital expenditure budgets from the hyperscalers, the guys that are building these big data centers, and they start to rein in their CapEx. In the last couple of quarters, they've been increasing their CapEx. That'll be the tell to look for.
At what point would we be able to tell, and investors out there really be able to discern when NVIDIA's shifted from a valuation front-running position to then growing into a valuation? And how does that kind of show up in some of the metrics that we hear on a quarterly basis, at least at this juncture?
Yeah, well, what I tell you, Brad, is I know most people say, okay, the stock tripled last year. It's working on a triple this year, so it must be overvalued. But if you take a look at it, it's trading at 30 some odd times next year's earnings, and that's probably a relevant growth rate for the next couple of years. So it's trading at about peg parity. I actually look for stocks trading at that range as tech values, or at least relative values. So I don't think we have a problem with valuation. I actually think valuation can expand. But again, it's all going to be about, oh my goodness, the hyperscalers have reined in their capital expenditure budgets, and that's going to back into less demand for NVIDIA's GPUs.
Paul Meeks, always a great opportunity to get some time with you. Thanks so much for teeing up what we're all going to be sitting on the edge of our ergonomic chairs waiting for, which is those NVIDIA earnings later on this week. Appreciate it.
Be well, guys.
You too. Next up, though, we got to take a look under the hood with Robinhood here. Getting an upgrade to buy at Needham, setting a price target of $40. Analysts citing a potential expansion of the platform's cryptocurrency offerings under a Trump-appointed and crypto-friendly SEC chair. Analysts also additionally noting that with its successful targeting of younger traders and meme-related assets, Robinhood recently notched record-high trading volume of meme coins here. So I don't know what are the favorite meme coins these days. There's so many, but ultimately, I mean, what do we make of this for Robinhood?
Well, it's so interesting too that meme coins are viewed as a positive catalyst for stocks
Yeah.
these days. That's really telling about how much the meme coin trade has really driven the smart money in the room, right? It's also interesting that Trump is being viewed as such a catalyst for the stock, given that we still don't know Treasury Secretary who's going to take on that spot, who's going to take on the SEC role from Gary Gensler. Will they be as positive to crypto as the street is pricing in to the likes of Needham with this recent note? That's what we were talking to a lot of guests about this morning, Brad, just the idea of the market potentially getting over its skis a bit with betting on Trump being a positive catalyst in terms of picking people who are crypto friendly. We still don't know who Treasury Secretary is, so that's a question moving forward. Also, just taking a look at the Robinhood balance sheet, the stock has soared 315% from its 52-week low, so huge gain there. But monthly active users still down nearly 50% from their high coming out of COVID in 2021. At a low point for the year in their Q3 earnings results, Robinhood had just 11 million monthly active users. They've announced some new products to try and beef that up, but I think that's going to need to grow alongside some of those external factors like the Trump administration's policies.
We started Isuzu on 3 core premises. No matter where you come from, the color of your skin or your financial identity shouldn't determine where you end up in the wealthiest nation the world has ever seen. 326 investors said no to us because they didn't believe that, creating win-win-win solutions for low to medium income people was investable or could become $1 billion company. But we proved them wrong.
All right, guys, welcome to Financial Freestyle with Ross Mack here on Yahoo Finance. Now, look, guys, whether you're a Wall Street professional, a retail investor, or someone that's just looking to change their overall financial situation, there's always a first step you got to take. And look, guys, look no further because I'm going to be speaking to some of the most influential people in finance and learning about their path to economic prosperity. And today, I'm sitting down with Wemimu Abe, the co-founder and CEO of Isuzu, a fintech company advancing rent reporting and data solutions for credit building. Welcome to the show, my brother. How you doing?
Not bad, man. Not bad.
Yes, man. So listen, obviously, your name ring bells in all the rooms, right? But let's talk to the people, right? Who is Wemimu?
Well, Wemimu is a kid from the slums of Lagos, Nigeria. I grew up in a family with 2 siblings. I lost my dad at the age of 2, and I was raised by my mom and incredible family members. So that's who I am. I'm just that kid with a funny name from the slums of Lagos, Nigeria.
I love it, man. You got an amazing story, right? You came here when you were, 17?
Yes.
Yeah, so let's actually talk about what you're doing, right? What is Isuzu?
Yeah, so every time I have the good fortune to talk about Isuzu, I always like to go down memory lane a little bit. And one thing my mother always believed in was just the power of education. She worked at the post office for over 21 years.
Wow.
And then she decided to invest in my education because she believed education was the most important investment in any child's life.
I agree.
And she afforded my school fees to that good school, a good high school, with 60% of her salary.
Wow.
So I could get a better life. And mind you, my mother barely had a high school degree. So going to that institution when all the kids were going to the United States and Europe, I said, well, these kids don't have 2 heads, or 4 eyes. I want to do exactly what they're doing. So I got into what you consider one of the best schools in Nigeria. I self-studied for the SATs, passed, then applied to the cheapest land-grant university in America, which was the University of Minnesota, Crookston. So that was my journey here. But the inspiration for Isuzu stemmed from our experience in the United States. When I came to America, we didn't have a credit score. We walked into one of the biggest financial institutions to borrow money, and were turned away because we didn't have a good credit score. And that led us to go borrow money from a payday loan lender at 400% interest rate.
400%. It's insane.
It's insane. It's ludicrous.
Predatory loans.
It is. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people in this country that go through that nightmare. There are 45 million people in this country that don't have a credit score, or they have a thin file. So that experience, in addition to that, my mother borrowed money from church members, sold my dad's ring, and that's how we